Working? Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to now call to order the special meeting of the City Council and special joint meeting with the City of Irvine as successor agency to the dissolved Irvine Redevelopment Agency. The time is 3:05. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Board Member Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chairman Agron.
Here.
And the record will reflect that the mayor and chairwoman is absent.
I understand that the mayor will not be presiding today. She's visiting our various sister cities, and so it falls to the four of us to carry on. With that, I'll now ask the city clerk to provide information on how to participate in today's meeting.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Members of our audience who wish to speak may submit their name into the speaker kiosk located next to the city clerk. Additional kiosks are available in the main lobby. We also offer the ability to provide live comments on City Council agenda items via Zoom and submit comments through our e-comment system. For those who wish to participate virtually, visit zoom.us using any web browser or the Zoom app on smartphones or tablets and enter meeting ID 848-4853-1263. The passcode is 272906. In lieu of using a computer, smartphone, or tablet, you may also dial in by calling 669-900-6833 or 346-248-7799 and entering the same meeting ID and passcode. The meeting ID and passcode are also available on our webpage at cityofirvine.org/ICTV and selecting City Council meetings. Those who wish to provide comments via Zoom are asked to enter the speaker queue by raising their hand electronically. The city clerk will call your name and allow you to unmute your microphone at the appropriate time. Those dialing in by telephone will be identified by the last 3 digits of their telephone number. We ask that you please state your name for the record. The time limits per speaker are noted in the posted agenda and are established based on the number of requests to speak submitted before the first speaker is called. Requests to speak submitted after the first speaker is called shall receive 90 seconds. Those who wish to provide written comments on matters before the City Council may do so by clicking e-comment on the City Council meeting agenda webpage at cityofirvine.org/ICTV. All comments will be provided to the City Council as part of the meeting record and will be uploaded to the city's website. Any e-comments received before, during, or after discussion of these items will still be included as part of the official record. For technical assistance with Zoom before or during the meeting, please call 949-724-6078. For any other questions or assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at 949-724-6205 or via email at clerk@cityofirvine.org. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And before we begin, I'd like to respectfully remind my City Council colleagues to please limit comments to 5 minutes each. If necessary, we will hold additional rounds of discussion on each agenda item. With that, I'd ask that our city clerk call time when each member's time is up, and then I'll encourage members to wrap it up, and perhaps we'll move on to another round. We will now consider closed session items numbered 1.1 through 1.6. Those participating via Zoom who wish to speak on these items may now raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue. I'll turn now to the city attorney to please announce the closed session items to be considered.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There are, as you noted, 7 items on for consideration tonight. The first item is a conference with legal counsel regarding an item of existing litigation. This is under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The case there is Kingston Corps versus City of Irvine, 4th Appellate District Division 3, case numbers G061805, G061821, and G061858. The second item is also a matter of existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.91. This case is titled Beador Construction versus City of Irvine. That's Orange County Superior Court case number 30-2021-012134881. The third and fourth items are conferences with legal counsel regarding matters of anticipated litigation, and this is under Government Code Section 54956.9D4. As I noted, there are two cases in that category. The next three items are all conferences with real property negotiators, all under Government Code Section 54956.8. The first one involves property at Assessor's Parcel number 580-76-513. The agency negotiators are Oliver Chi, the city manager, Pete Carmichael, the assistant city manager, Steve Torelli, the manager for the Great Park, and Jeffrey Melching, the city attorney. The negotiating parties are the city of Irvine and Dan Almquist, who is the chief executive officer of Almquist Corporation. Under negotiation, there are price and terms of payment. The second of the three real property negotiations involves Assessor's Parcel number 104-11-828 and 104-11-806. The agency negotiators are Pete Carmichael, the assistant city manager, Jeffrey Melching, the city attorney, and Oliver Chi, the city manager. The negotiating parties are the city of Irvine and Frank Kim as the chief executive officer for the county of Orange. Under negotiation there again are price and terms of payment. And last, mercifully, conference with real property negotiators regarding 17300 Red Hill Avenue in Irvine. The agency negotiators are Oliver Chi, the city manager, Pete Carmichael, the assistant city manager, Jeffrey Melching, the city attorney, and the negotiating parties are the city of Irvine and Park Miller, the executive vice president of Lincoln Property Company. And again, under negotiation, there are price and terms of payment, and that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Melching. Before we convene to close session, which is going to be an unusually long one today, lasting, we believe, to 5 o'clock, before we convene to close session, this is the time to consider public testimony. I'll now turn to the city clerk and ask, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on these closed session items?
No, Vice Mayor.
All right, well, there being none, we'll now then simply convene to close session.
Point of order, Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Yes,
Yeah.
Council member.
Thank you. I think we should probably do this, and it's good because the room is clear, and I don't just sit around and let things happen to me. I'm proactive. So I'd like to ask the chief of police and the city hall who the 4 individuals are that have masks on, dark sunglasses on, and that are recording the meeting. Do we have any information on them? I'd like to have all the information possible, please. I want to determine whether I feel safe enough to continue deliberating as an $800 an hour local city councilman. Go ahead.
Chief, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Council Member. Whether it's the 4 individuals that you're referring to or any member of the public that attends these meetings, we don't have the authority to just go up and ask for them to identify themselves.
Okay. Were they run through a metal detector?
No, they were not.
Okay. So is it possible they could be holding firearms right now?
I mean, anybody that would come in here could potentially hold a firearm, correct?
But not everyone comes in with video cameras, tripods, T-shirts, masks, dark sunglasses. I mean, I'm just saying what the 4 of us are thinking right now. So I'm happy to do my job, but I'm not sure if I should feel safe. So I need to understand what we're supposed to do here, because I'll go back in there and deal with 7 closed session items, but and I'm glad the tape's running on my face so you could see my face, okay, public, and Susan Sayer, if you want to bring up that I don't attend these meetings, maybe you ought to think, Susan, about the people that are standing up there and how Tammy, myself, Larry, and Kathleen might think about that. Okay, Susan? Next time you audit my participation in this. Okay? So again, back to the city manager and back to the chief of police. Are we okay to conduct this meeting? Is this safe? Is this going to get more unruly? What am I to expect here? Isn't it better that I do this by Zoom?
We have spoken with the individuals earlier today, and we're not aware of any threat at this time.
Would they be willing to be searched?
We can certainly ask them if they wanted to, if we're allowed to search them, but
what are
I'm
they here
pretty
for?
sure the answer is going to be no.
Did you inform them, and I apologize, Chief, but I don't know, I'm not sure I feel safe. I'm not sure. Were they informed that this entire meeting, audio and video, is recorded from end to end without fail?
I don't know if anybody informed them of that, but like I said earlier, it is open to the public, and if anybody wanted to come in and film it, they're certainly entitled to do so. I'm not aware of any rules that are in place that forbids people from doing that.
Does this feel like it's a coordinated effort of 4 people or 4 separate individuals, Chief?
I don't know what their intention is.
All right. Well, Vice Mayor, for the record, I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to stay here, but I'm happy to go in the back room and do the closed session items.
Well, let me just say, with the absence of the mayor, we're now down to 4 people, and I would hope that my colleagues would cooperate in preserving a quorum, moving apace through the agenda today. I don't see any reason to do otherwise, and I think in any event, we've got a closed session that we're going to go into now, and I think we should just do that. Any further concerns that you have, Councilmember Carroll, I think you could take up with the Chief of Police, the City Attorney, and others, but I would hope that we return at 5 o'clock and move quickly through the balance of the council agenda. With that, we'll convene in closed session. Thank you. The City Council meeting is now reconvened. It is 5:20 p.m. I'd like the City Attorney at this time to please announce actions, if any, that were taken during closed session.
Thanks. Thank you, Vice Mayor. There was no reportable action this afternoon.
Very well. Before we go on, I just want to explain Mayor Khan is out of town, visiting some of our sister cities and strengthening those relationships. And so it falls to me as Vice Mayor to chair tonight's meeting. And I thank in advance my colleagues and staff for their forbearance in any mistakes I might make as we try to move through the agenda. At this time, please arise if you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for tonight's invocation. The pledge tonight will be led by Councilmember Tammy Kim.
Place your hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Council, for the invitation to come here. Mariners Church is grateful to be in the city of Irvine because we want to see the city and the people of the city flourish. Let us pray. God, thank you for giving us this time now to speak with you. We know that you hear us and you also tell us to ask for what we need. So we're coming before you, asking for wisdom and discernment in the decision-making and the impact it will have on Irvine and the surrounding communities. Grant the leaders of the City Council and those individuals behind me love, courage, strength, and kindness as we see people, issues, and situations. God, we ask that you protect our city and help those here to flourish from the oldest to the youngest. And as somebody who works with students, God, I pray that you be with the kids and students in our city, that in their anxiety, that you give them peace, that in their depression, you give them hope, that in their loneliness, that you give them a community. Be with parents, families, teachers, and individuals, and those who are with the next generation, so that they can overflow with love, courage, kindness, and strength. Bless those in this room and this great city of Irvine. Amen.
Amen. Well, thank you, Pastor Chris Lee from Mariners Church. We appreciate your warm words of invocation. Thank you. Please be seated. So I would like to thank everyone on behalf of the entire council for taking the time to be here with us this evening. Before we begin, I want to provide a few details about how we're going to conduct the city's business tonight. This is similar to our last few city council meetings. First, if you wish to provide a public comment, please enter your name into one of the electronic speaker kiosks. I'll be asking the city clerk to announce the names of those who have signed up to speak, and when you do hear your name called, please make your way to the front of the council chamber and line up next to our city clerk and staff. The time limit per speaker will be strictly adhered to in order to maximize efficiency. For those providing testimony in person, the microphone will be silenced once each speaker's time limit is up. I know this sometimes appears abrupt and even rude, but we have found it's the only way to move through all the requested speakers. So we ask those who are going to be speaking, whether it's from home or in person here, to watch the time and the time limit so that we don't abruptly cut you off at the end. And similar to our last meetings, we'll be moving the city manager's report and announcements, committee reports, council reports, and additions and deletions up ahead of the non-agendized public comments portion of our meeting. We'll be allowing a total of 30 minutes for non-agendized public comments initially at the start of our meeting. After 30 minutes, we will be ending the initial public comments for non-agendized items. We'll be ending that portion of our meeting after 30 minutes. And then we'll take up items listed on our City Council meeting agenda. Speakers will be taken in the order in which individuals have signed up, except for those who have submitted videos or other multimedia content. Per City Council policy, all multimedia public comments shall be taken last in order. This policy will again be strictly adhered to this evening. For those who signed up to speak under public comments, non-agendized items, and were unable to speak during the initial 30-minute period, we will be providing an additional opportunity to speak following all our council items, our business items on the agenda. For tonight's meeting, we will also be limiting public comments on consent calendar items. All of those are listed as item 3. Those will be limited in total to 30 minutes. We appreciate everyone's cooperation and understanding, and it will provide, we think, the opportunity for as many people as possible to be heard, and yet for us to move through the agenda effectively and get all of our business done at a reasonable hour. With all that said, we'll begin tonight's meeting with a presentation. At this time, we'll have a presentation under item 2.1. This is an e-bike update. Those participating via Zoom may now raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue. And at this point, our staff having come forward, I'll invite staff to introduce themselves and proceed with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Shaheen Jahangard, and I'm IPD's Traffic Division Lieutenant. Not only are e-bikes and bike safety very big topics in the community, but May is National Bicycle Safety Month, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share an overview of public safety's response to e-bike related issues in our community. I'd like to briefly differentiate between e-bikes and other illegal e-vehicles. E-bikes are essentially bicycles with an integrated electric motor designed to assist the riders pedaling rather than replace it entirely. E-bikes have fewer regulatory requirements, such as not requiring a driver's license, registration, or insurance. IPD, as well as other Orange County law enforcement agencies, have all faced a significant challenge in dealing with the reckless riders, creating issues on a variety of e-vehicles that do not meet the legally defined requirements of an e-bike. Two popular examples are the Sur-Ron and the Talaria, both pictured here. Any reasonable person can see that these devices appear to be nearly identical to an off-road motorcycle. The existence of these devices highlights a significant challenge to law enforcement in an attempt to ensure roadway safety. These devices are often purchased at costs of approximately $4,500 under the misunderstanding that they are e-bikes and can be modified to operate faster than advertised. The power and speed capabilities of these vehicles far exceeds what an inexperienced young rider should be able to safely operate. Sur-Rons, Talarias, and other similar small electric motorcycles are not permitted on public roads. Over the past several years, many communities, including the city of Irvine, have seen a dramatic increase in the use of e-bikes. E-bikes are a great means of transportation when used with due regard for the safety of others. However, improper use of e-bikes, especially amongst young riders, has created increasing safety concerns throughout the community. In 2023, 70% of our bicycle collisions involved a juvenile rider, with 61% of those involving an e-bike. So far this year, 75% of all bicycle collisions have involved an e-bike. This graph shows that 22 out of 28, approximately 78% of reported e-bike collisions this year in Irvine involve juveniles. Bicyclists are most commonly deemed at fault in all bicycle collisions, regardless of the primary collision factor. The most common primary collision factors include unsafe speed, improper turning, failure to obey traffic signs or signals, and failure to yield the right-of-way. Unsafe speeds impact visibility, perception, and reaction time for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists alike. When considering ways to improve traffic safety, the city has utilized the 3E approach: engineering, education, and enforcement. In response, the city has deployed a number of new measures that have seen our community develop a reputation as a leader in the region when it comes to e-bike related regulations. Engineering tools include traffic management devices that redesign the street to control traffic volumes, decrease traffic speeds, create safer walking and bicycling conditions, and maintain or improve streetscape. In 2023, municipal code recommendations made to the Transportation Commission and City Council were adopted. Changes included adding a definition of e-bikes that mirrored the California Vehicle Code. E-bikes were added to many regulations already in place for conventional bicycles, an added regulation on e-bike class labels, added speed limits of 28 miles an hour on roadways and 20 miles per hour on bike paths or trails, added a contraflow regulation on narrow sidewalks, and banned e-bikes on open space trails. Eliminating the usage of motorized bikes in the open space area is a key component to ensuring the wildlife preserve remains a welcoming and vibrant part of our city for generations to come. Public safety routinely hosts bicycle safety courses and voluntary bike rodeos, including our STARS program, which stands for Safety, Training, and Riding Skills, at Irvine City Hall for juveniles and children alike. We also administer a driver safety course for teen drivers at all of our high schools called Smart Start. Teen drivers must attend this course if they desire to park their vehicle on school campus. In 2023, Public Safety, in collaboration with IUSD, implemented a parking permit program at all of our high schools and middle schools for various forms of electric transportation. Students must attend an on-campus workshop where they will be educated on the rules of the road, the 3 classes of e-bikes, safe riding etiquette, and the required safety equipment. Doing so provides them a permit to park one of their electric forms of transportation on school campus. Our officers oftentimes issue our youth administrative citations in lieu of a citation that results in a monetary fine. This program gives officers an alternative to traditional enforcement with an emphasis on education over other punitive measures. Students receiving administrative citations are required to attend a traffic safety class administered at no cost to the students or parents. The course is taught by sworn police officers who always stay after in order to answer questions. Classes are held on Saturdays at 8 a.m. at Irvine City Hall, and students are required to bring a parent or guardian with them. Citations are only forwarded to the court if students fail to attend the course. And over the last 5 years, IPD has had over 2,000 people in attendance. On Saturday, May 18th, this coming Saturday, we will be hosting a free e-bike safety class from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Irvine Civic Center. Our motor officers will share the latest safety information about e-bikes, e-scooters, and other electric devices. The curriculum is similar to the courses we have offered at the high schools and middle schools, and more information can be found by visiting our social media platforms. While education remains a cornerstone of our efforts to promote responsible e-bike usage, recent observations and feedback from community members have underscored the need for stronger enforcement actions. Illegal e-bikes pose significant risks to the riders, vehicles in the roadway, and pedestrians, as observed in this video. Thank you to the member of the community who forwarded us this YouTube link. The video clearly demonstrates the danger and disregard for safety that will not be tolerated. If anyone from the community witnesses this type of activity, please call the Irvine Police Department at 949-724-7000. As we continuously assess the safety and well-being of our community, the Irvine Police Department has shifted our posture in addressing e-bike violations, transitioning from primarily educational efforts to more enforcement measures, particularly focusing on illegal e-vehicles. The enforcement efforts include the issuing of citations and impounding of illegal e-vehicles. These enforcement efforts are often conducted by our traffic officers during high visibility enforcement, also known as HVE. These operations occur throughout the city and have resulted in a significant increase in bicycle-related citations and focus on areas where particular traffic problems exist, usually near schools and on major thoroughfares. Public Safety's social media team works very closely with our traffic unit, routinely highlighting our efforts of making our roadways safer through education, enforcement, and our great working relationship with traffic engineering. IPD's Public Information Office is highly connected to the various popular social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Nextdoor. They routinely post educational reminders on the rules of the road, the citation results after a directed enforcement operation, reminders on upcoming bicycle safety courses at City Hall, and many more topics. Weekly bicycle safety tips are being shared during this month, which is Bicycle Safety Month. Several e-bike safety bills supported by the City Council Legislative Affairs Subcommittee are currently going through the committee process in the state legislature. These bills are aimed to enhance e-bike safety to include e-bike age regulations, prohibiting speed modification devices, requiring juveniles to complete e-bike safety training courses, and requiring e-bike batteries to meet specified testing and storing requirements. Our Legislative Affairs Division is happy to follow up with you on the current status of these bills and our advocacy. E-bikes and other electronic transportation devices continue to increase in popularity. Educating our community and enforcing the laws related to these devices will remain a top priority for our department. While our efforts are having an effect, we have a lot of hard work to accomplish in order to ensure that all drivers, pedestrians, bicyclists are able to have an enjoyable experience experience on our roadways, sidewalks, and bicycle paths. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, Lieutenant. We appreciate it. I'll just say that I've seen that video several times. That was a video that was taken here in Irvine, is that correct?
That's correct. That video was taken off of Jeffrey and Roosevelt, just above or north of the 5 freeway.
It's absolutely frightening, really is. With that, I'll now turn to my colleagues and consider their comments at this point. First, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you for this presentation. And I know Councilmember Treseder and I hosted an e-bike workshop about a month back. Time's flying so fast. Was it a month and a half ago already? March? Yeah. So we had a lot of people interested. And there's a couple things that really stood out and came out as it relates to what's happening with e-bikes, because we have residents who are frustrated, but we have different issues going on. So we're trying to work in an environment with competing interests. We've got e-bikes that are being used for legitimate transportation purposes. We have, either getting to and from school, to and from work. We have cyclists, we have recreational riders, and we have, when we talk about having established bike lanes, you have the pedal bikers, the analog bikers, who, really don't want to share bike lanes with e-bikers and vice versa. And we've got technology that has developed before our policies have. And so, looking at all of that, we've got residents complaining about bikes being used on trails. So we have just a lot of, again, competing interests. Can I ask you, what can we do as policymakers to give you the tools that you need in order to be successful? I know we've done a lot, but I feel that we could probably use more. And some of the ideas and some of the takeaways that I had was perhaps just not allowing unclassified bikes, maybe perhaps having licenses for anything over 16 for certain classifications. And it might be, I'm asking just too broad of a question, but I feel that there's, what I want to make sure of is whatever we do is based on common sense and based upon what you're seeing in terms of what your actual needs are. And so, I see at shopping centers, perhaps there needs to be a little bit more security when it comes to shopping centers and people doing wheelies directly in shopping centers and gaggle of teens riding. But that was the long-winded, what can I do for you? Help me help you.
Well, I believe it all starts in the home and at the school with education. A lot of the incidents are impacting our juveniles or juvenile related. And so I think parenting is extremely important, and setting boundaries and rules such as not being able to maybe operate one of these until you've received some sort of training so you're aware. They go really fast, and that's usually the problem, is when they're passing other cyclists or pedestrians on the roadway. And some of the juveniles are being selfish, really. So it definitely starts in the home, and I think having stricter restrictions on juveniles' use of them is key. And I know that there's legislation out there right now that's being looked at to address that issue.
And then the other last question I have, there's a lot of emphasis on the juvenile riders, and I see that too. You can't walk through Irvine or go anywhere without seeing that. But how much of incidents do you see? Do you see these types of incidents with adult riders, or really this is more of a frontal cortex not being developed issue?
Yeah, they're definitely mostly with juveniles. As you can see from this collision report year-to-date in 2024, 3 incidents involved 18 and 25-year-olds, and then only 1 for each of the other groups of 10 from 26 to 34, 35 to 44, and 45 to 54 years old. Everything else has all been juvenile related under the age of 18.
Okay, and what's the typical age range?
Councilmember
If you
Kim,
could
your time is up.
Sorry, if you could have a median age range, what would that be of
I would
problems?
say probably 12 to 15 years old.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. I have no other requests, so let me just pose a question or two. Just picking up on what Councilmember Kim was saying, this is a multifaceted problem. You mentioned education, you've alluded to enforcement. It's going to be, I think, a real long haul here to bring some order and safety out of the chaos that is just sweeping the whole state. That's why state legislation, I think, is so important, how we actually conceptualize these motorized vehicles, even though they're, for many purposes, treated the same as bicycles. And particularly here in Irvine, where we have so many miles of walking paths, I think we have actually prohibited e-bikes in our open space, have we not?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. But then we get other lovely walking areas like the North Lake and even South Lake Loop in Woodbridge. Every community has a different problem with e-bikes. How many people are actually working on this now in the police department?
The entire traffic bureau works on this every day, and we share the information with our patrol division. So anytime they have free time to address it, educate, make enforcement stops, or issue citations, especially for juveniles not wearing helmets, we've definitely been prioritizing that.
I know we're doing stepped up enforcement now, scaling it up in certain areas. I think it's important that you report back to us, at least I would say every few months, on how we're doing. I see this problem as just getting worse for the foreseeable future, notwithstanding all of our efforts. And our efforts are paying off. It would be worse still if we weren't so engaged in this. But maybe I'll just kind of turn to the city manager and ask that we get presentations like this on the progress that we're making, and that maybe these progress reports should come, I would say, at least 2 or 3 times a year.
Certainly.
Very well. Anything else from my colleagues? Did you have something further, Councilmember Kim? I know you were kind of
no,
cut off.
I'm good.
Okay.
Just
Excellent. Well, we'll now consider public testimony. I turn to the city clerk and ask, are there members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have 2 requests to speak, one in person and one via Zoom.
Very well. So that would mean the one in person coming forward would have 3 minutes, and the one on Zoom similarly will have 3 minutes. So who is the first person?
Our in-person speaker is Deborah Miller Osorio.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't realize there was going to be a presentation, so I'm repeating some of the things here. I wanted to say that I see the e-bikes. This whole thing it's really a dangerous situation. Sharing the trails at the senior center where I was at today, around the Jeffrey Trail and around the lake that you mentioned. Because the speed, to me, it seems like 20 miles an hour is too fast. I know that's, I guess, the regulation. Compared to the walkers, it's just way too fast, and it's really scary. I was there on Mother's Day, and I had my grandson, and it was very close call. So I said I think it's just a dangerous situation, and I agree that they should have a license so you could identify the person, because if they're speeding by, how are you going to know who it is that made the violation? Thank you.
Well, thank you for your public comment. And now we'll turn to the remote participants.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Our speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much. Eric Nishanian, council members. I've spoken about this matter before. In fact, about wheelies, I saw 2 kids on Eastdale Loop abutting the Boys and Girls Club doing wheelies in the street, going the opposite way. I wasn't able to take a video of it because I was driving. But, I think this comes down to how the teenagers are watching their parents actually with the rules of the road too. People don't know what to do with 4-way stop signs when they come there, as far as the drivers. They don't know how to act when there are pedestrians in the walkways, whether it's at a stop sign or green lights. So, it really comes down to all of us, looking out for each other on the road here in Irvine, and setting an example for the kids, and that's where they're learning it from. They're being selfish because the adults are being selfish with the road too. That's what it comes down to. Another thing that you guys need to look into are batteries. The batteries are now, they're learning that they're blowing up and causing fires, and you can easily Google News that in Southern California or California and see that some cities have experienced that already. Perhaps a moratorium on these bikes would be appropriate until things can be, weeded out. Thank you very much.
And that is all, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes public comments, concludes this item. We'll be hearing more from you, no doubt. We're going to be contending with this problem for some time, but I'm really eager to hear, I think as are others, as we graduate and step up our enforcement efforts, whether we're having the desired impact. So with that, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Now we'll turn to City Manager's report. City Manager Chi, do you have a report to make this evening?
Mr. Vice Mayor, no report this evening. Thank you.
Report, very well. So now we move on to announcements, committee reports, council reports. I'll turn to my colleagues first to see if there are any announcements that they would like to share at this time. Councilmember Kim.
Yes, thank you. I just have a few announcements that I would like to make and some reports. As your representative to the Orange County Fire Authority, on May 4th, I participated in Fire Ops 101 with the Orange County Fire Authority. And this program is designed to educate elected officials such as myself about the challenges and needs and stressors of fire service. Additionally, last week, I was able to attend Senator Dave Min's Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month Empowerment Summit, where at the event he recognized 8 exceptional AAPI local leaders, community organizers, and students. And lastly, I want to announce an update of Irvine Tech Week. This past month, we wrapped up an incredible second annual Irvine Tech Week between April 16th and 21st with more than 25 events, which brought together tech enthusiasts, investors, industry leaders to celebrate innovation and establish Irvine as a prominent ecosystem in Southern California. And this year's event saw record attendance, and I'm so grateful to our dedicated team for bringing so much passion and enthusiasm to this terrific week. And I would like to have a shout out to many of those who participated, such as Melinda Pang from the Irvine Tech Hub, Ryan Folan from the Entrepreneur Center of UCI, Scott Fox from OC Startup Council, and our city's very own communication team, Melissa Haley. And thank you all so much for your help. I want to thank Councilmember Kathleen Treseder for joining us at the closing ceremony. So that is it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As you know, I have often, last few minutes, taken this announcements period to talk a little bit about some things that are happening in the community that are small but significant, such as saving Petey the dog from being euthanized at our animal shelter, to saving a resident's cell phone that had fallen down the grate, and so on and so forth. So tonight I'd like to talk a little bit about, if we could put the slide up, I was absolutely thrilled to hear that my staff member, Ryan, took first place in the 5K event at the 4th annual Global Hope 365 Walk Run to end child marriage and human trafficking. Ryan, there he is. Stand up and take your applause. Stand up. Congratulations, Ryan. This event was a huge success, and the reason for it is obviously very serious. It's to raise awareness and help save lives of those that are impacted by the tragedies of child marriage and human trafficking. Global Hope 365 administers 2 ambassador programs that are composed of volunteer-led and staff-supported local teams across the country working to raise awareness about these critically important issues. Their statewide campaign, the California Coalition to End Child Marriage, brings awareness to current laws in California that actually allow for the abuse of minors. I'm always happy to support Global Hope 365. I'm thrilled that Ryan won the race, so we're able to talk about it. I want to thank Rima and her entire team at Global 365. That's right. And just as a quick piece of information you can jot down or just grab it on your phone to learn more about how you can support this amazing cause, please visit their website at globalhope365.org. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Very well, thank you. Councilmember Treseder, you have nothing? Let me then make a few announcements. First, one of a little more of a personal nature. All of us, I think, had the opportunity to attend the SUCCESSOR Irvine event, which was a huge success, great fun. What was required by way of staff planning, preparation, execution was stunning that it was carried off so well. Even the weather held up. It was raining in the morning, but it had cleared by the time thousands of people were able to enjoy SUCCESSOR Irvine. And I expect we'll be getting a report in the weeks or months ahead on that event. Is that true, Mr. City Manager?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Caught you multitasking. Okay, that'll be great. I think everybody had a great time, and this is going to become an Irvine tradition. Let me make a few announcements. There's a Gateway Preserve community meeting. We're excited about the development of the Gateway Preserve. a brand-new open space preserve in North Irvine. We invite our community to learn about this 711-acre haven, which will offer stunning natural landscapes and open spaces to explore. So join us at an informational meeting this Thursday, May 16th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the beautiful Portola Springs Community Center. At this meeting, you will discover the plans for Gateway Preserve, including maps and potential trails. You'll learn about the plan that outlines how the city will manage and develop the preserve while protecting sensitive habitats. You'll gain information on a regional effort to conserve wildlife and open spaces and the conditions and terms the city must follow when developing and managing the Gateway Preserve. City staff, Irvine Ranch Conservancy staff, and other experts will be on hand to answer your questions and provide additional details about this project. For more information, visit cityofirvine.org/gatewaypreserve. Next, Pride in Irvine. In honor of Harvey Milk Day and June Pride Month, the city is hosting its third annual Pride in Irvine event. Join us on Wednesday, May 22nd from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Irvine Civic Center Piazza, that's the plaza, as we raise the Progress flag in recognition and support of our LGBTQIA+ community. I think that includes everyone who's relevant to this. Explore programs provided by local advocacy and support organizations, enjoy live music, refreshments, and activities while understanding valuable resources, making connections, and celebrating pride at this free event. For more information, visit cityofirvine.org/pride. Next, Memorial Day events. The City of Irvine is hosting 2 Memorial Day events to honor and remember the sacrifice of fallen American service members. A special candlelighting ceremony will be held at the Northwood Gratitude and Honor Memorial at Northwood Community Park on Sunday, May 26th at 4 p.m. This year's event will pay special tribute to fallen service members who served in Afghanistan and Iraq. The ceremony is held in partnership with the Northwood Memorial Committee. Guests are encouraged to bring lawn chairs or blankets for seating. The city will also host its annual Memorial Day ceremony in the formal garden at Colonel Bill Barber Marine Corps Memorial Park, that's our Civic Center Park, right here on Monday, May 27th at 10 a.m. A commanding officer from Irvine's adopted 211 Marine Battalion will speak to recognize fallen service members and their sacrifice. Guests will have the opportunity to honor family and friends who died in service to the nation by posting a brief remembrance on a memory board at the event. For those wishing to express gratitude to members of Irvine's adopted 211 Marine Battalion, cards will be available to send a message of appreciation and support. For more information about these Memorial Day events, please visit cityofirvine.org/special events. Finally, we have a baby gift drive. This month, you can help support Irvine's adopted 211 Marine Battalion by donating new and unopened baby care items. The Irvine 211 Marine Adoption Committee is holding a baby gift drive through Tuesday, June 4th. You can drop off donations such as new baby clothes, swaddle blankets, and newborn toiletries here at Irvine City Hall and at the Great Park Visitors Center. All donations go to families at Camp Pendleton. This is a great opportunity for us to demonstrate our gratitude for the service and sacrifices of our brave Marines and their families. So for more information on that matter, visit irvine211marines.org. And with that, I think we've concluded our announcements. So we'll proceed to ask the city manager if there are any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda.
No changes to the agenda, Mr. Vice Mayor.
There being none, we'll now move on to public comments. These are public comments for non-agendized items. At this point, we'll now hear public comments for matters, that means, that are not on the City Council pre-posted agenda. Those participating via Zoom may now raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue. Any member of the public may address the City Council on items within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction, but which are not listed on the agenda. However, no action may be taken on matters that are not part of the posted agenda. As a reminder, we will initially be allowing a total of 30 minutes for public comments on non-agendized items. With that, I'll ask the city clerk to please provide the number of requests that have been submitted to speak on non-agendized items.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have 27 requests to speak.
27 requests. So now we do the math here. So that means that each speaker will be limited to 90 seconds?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, if it's over 30, it's 90 seconds.
Correct.
Very well. Anybody who signs up after the first speaker begins speaking will, however, be limited to 90 seconds.
Correct.
Very well. We'll first consider public testimony by those attending in person. So with that, I'll turn now to the city clerk to call forward those who wish to speak.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. If I could call the first 5 speakers up and ask them to line up next to the clerk. Julie, Mike H., Steve G., Daram L., and Stephanie G. And we'll start with Julie.
As our speakers are coming forward, I'll just remind our speakers that we have pretty much of an automatic shutoff at 2 minutes. That being the case, be mindful of the ticking clock here so that we don't appear to be rude and we don't cut you off mid-sentence. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for hearing from me. I'm, as you know, a resident, longtime resident of the city of Irvine. So I'm here with concerns about Irvine Community News and Views, which is beautifully laid out and which I've received in my home. And there were comments in my community made about, and they were in very rude terms, so I'm not going to quote them, but about how they're affiliated with Vice Mayor Agron. And I thought at the time, especially given how rudely it was put, surely not. Surely this is something that I should be reading and taking to heart as an independent newspaper. And then I kind of dug in more, and I was really concerned about what I found. So here I am, and what I handed up is a statement of organization, a California Form 400 that reflects that it was organized as a slate mailer and For folks who don't know, a slate mailer, according to the California Fair Political Practices Commission, is a mass mailing that supports or opposes a total of 4 or more candidates or ballot measures. And the remaining papers they reflect payments made by that organization and then also a termination of its status as a mailer. But I have to say that once having received that information and understood what the background was, I see that there are some of the same people involved in writing, and I see attack pieces against Councilmember Treseder and Carroll and Kim. And somewhat ironically, right now, posted on there, it says, on Irvine Community News and Views, dark money, who's trying to influence your vote? And there's a warning about some of the mailers that you receive may not be from the sources that you think they're coming from. And I would ask for more transparency for Irvine residents. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to comment tonight. Next.
Our next speaker is Mike H., followed by Steve G.
Wait, hold on one second. Your microphone doesn't seem to be working.
Can you hear me now?
There we are.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm a Irvine resident and have the same concern that I'd like to raise for the record and public awareness. So at my home as well, I receive the Irvine Community News and Views, which claims to be fiercely independent, but on closer inspection, definitely appears to be misleading. I provided a business license, and if you look there, the contact is Carrie Mahan. Per the Secretary of State Statement of Information on this organization, the manager is Carrie Mahan Agrin, whom I understand to be Vice Mayor's Agrin's daughter-in-law. This is a little bit weird because that business license omits the last name of the contact. And I just think, like, generally this publication is clearly political while masquerading as independent. And I think it's counter to the principles of open democracy that we hold dear, and my fellow citizens should be made aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to share your comments.
Next speaker is Steve G., followed by Darren L.
I would like to first speak to Mr. Agran. Since last December, Irvine residents, including myself, kept warning you, Mr. Agran, that the hate spewed by Hamas supporters here in Irvine was not going to stop at hate speech, but it will fester into actions. Lo and behold, it did evolve into hysterics, threats, trespassing, property damage, disruption of learning, and now it is the only one small step away from street violence. I've been to UCI. I've seen all of this. It seems improbable that you, Mr. Agran, as a career politician, were oblivious to the consequences of your support and approval of this hate fest. It looks like you knew exactly what you were doing. So here are my 4 questions. Was your plan from the very beginning, in collusion with the mob and your like-minded crowd, to erode the body and soul of this city? Do you share, number 2, do you share the anti-American, socialist, and pro-Hamas ideas of the regrettable current mayor of Irvine? We have yet to hear you denounce her ideas. Do you plan to implement these outrageous ideas if you are elected to the mayor's position? And finally, who owns more than 90% of your self-proclaimed independent, but in fact self-serving propaganda newspaper, Irvine Community News and Views? Does this mysterious entity also finance your campaign? Mr. Agran, looks like you have a lot of explaining to do before the oncoming elections. Why not to use for this purpose the pages of your own?
Thank you, sir, for taking the time to comment tonight.
Next speaker is Darren L., followed by Stephanie G. Darren?
Hi, About 6 weeks ago, according to an online poll, out of 100 local residents, 77 of those polled considered Irvine Community News and Views to be advertising, and 31 residents of those polled considered it to be legitimate news. I'm here as an Irvine resident voter, also sharing these concerns. The paper provides the description that as an independent newspaper, our mission at ICNV is to inform and educate Irvine residents on issues that directly impact their lives. My understanding is that an independent newspaper is free of influence by any government or corporate interests. With that in mind, many are wondering how ICNV could possibly be considered independent. Many have asserted ICNV is unfortunately biased in favor of our Vice Mayor, Larry Agron, and his interests. According to a 2021 LA Times article, ICNV is backed by Vice Mayor Larry Agron with a 4% financial stake in the paper, and that he helped start it in 2014. Does our Vice Mayor's stake remain at 4% interest? It is notable, one of the contributors to ICNV appears to be Dr. Phyllis Agron, the wife of our Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor Agron also appointed on May 23, 2023, Dr. Phyllis Agron to the Irvine Children, Youth, and Family Advisory Committee. So she submitted in 2023 and 2024 a statement of economic interests regarding ICNV on California 700 forms that I've submitted. Can we find out what percentage interest Dr. Phyllis Agron holds in ICNV? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Darren L., and if I could call the next 5 speakers forward, please. Carroll L., Janine B., Wendy B., Sandy L., and Jop Char.
Yeah, hi. Watching the Trump trial, it's very clear that the National Enquirer's only job was to protect and cover Trump's lies. It appears to me that here in Irvine, we also have a National Enquirer in the Irvine Community News and Views, whose only purpose it is to protect Larry Agron. To quote Farah Khan, our mayor, from an LA Times article in 2020, I think everybody knows it's Larry Agron's paper. I wouldn't call it an independent paper if I was promoting myself in it all the time and misleading the public. Same article, Councilman Carroll. Larry Agron's quote-unquote newspaper is misleading to residents because people expect campaign laws to be followed and enforced, namely that the people who pay for the political mail will be identified. In this case, this newspaper, Agron, is once again avoiding disclosing the real truth by hiding political mail inside a supposed newspaper. What's worse is I'm submitting a copy of Form 461 for this paper. For those who don't know, Form 461 is for major political donors. It appears that Irvine Community News is also a major political donor. Why is a fiercely independent newspaper also a major donor to a political campaign? What or who else does it sponsor? Who is the dark money that donates it to it? I wonder if people have donated to this paper thinking it's independent when it's reality a political PAC. And I wonder if that's against the law. I'm pretty sure it is. I am asking the city manager and attorney to once have the moral courage to do your job and to investigate this paper and this obvious campaign abuse. And I am demanding that you, Larry Agron, put a disclaimer on the paper saying that you're a part owner and your family is too. Thank you. And as we approach Memorial Day, I want to say God bless to all our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Carroll L., followed by Janine B.
Irvine Community News and Views asks its readers, when you look at its website or you receive it in the mail, donate here, support local journalism. So that's what I did. I donated because I understood I was supporting a local newspaper. So imagine my surprise when I went to the City of Irvine transparency portal and discovered, in fact, that this publication directly supports politicians like Mr. Agron, committees like Build a Great Park, And nowhere does it disclose that my money that I donated was going to something political. To understand what I mean, I suggest that all Irvine residents take a minute and follow these directions. Go to the City of Irvine website, to the bottom, and look for the transparency portal. Click on FPPC Form 700 Campaign Statements, and under the Campaign Disclosure Statement, click Here. Yes, it's complicated. And select an advanced search and type in Irvine Community. 140 pages will come up of money that goes back and forth between Irvine Community News and Views and various committees and things that it's sponsored, and it's so complicated, it takes a scholar in this to understand it, which apparently somebody who's been here long enough might know. There's loans, contributions, unpaid bills, payments. Just as an example, if you did the same thing with OC Register or Los Angeles Times, you get 2 or 3 that are just bills that were paid for advertisements. These are not bills for advertisements. It's enough money to fund a park in the city of Irvine. I think that we need to closely look at what's happening in our portal, and I ask that the city attorney actually use the portal to take a look at why Irvine Community News and Views has its name as LLC, not LLC. It was a slate, it was a committee, it has so many varied names. If you want to clean this up, Mr. Agron, I think...
Thank you for your comments.
Janine B., followed by Wendy B.
Good evening. Online on the Irvine Community News and Views page, it states that Irvine Community News and Views was founded on the belief that news should be written shouldn't be written or founded by corporate developers or special interest groups. It asks you to support the local journalism. Here is what I find interesting about that. Irvine Community News and Views prints a physical paper, emails tens of thousands of recipients an email version of the paper, and follows OC residents on Facebook in their advertisement. This all costs money, a lot of money. Are we to believe that this free newspaper that has very few advertisements, collects no money from its subscribers, and per their own website has a readership that exceeds 55,000, does so without any money from special interest groups? Who is footing the bill for these costs? Is it the paper stockholders and owners, the Argon family? If this is true, As a concerned citizen, I think we need to understand if there is a misappropriation of funds going on, and I think an investigation should be opened by the city as to how this publication is claiming to be a newspaper and yet sponsoring committees. Other newspapers, such as the OC Register, doesn't sponsor committees. Something just doesn't add up. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to comment.
Wendy B., followed by Sandy L.
I'm speaking tonight to correct an error Vice Mayor Agron has communicated in and outside of City Hall about a resolution he proposed on February 27th. 4 resolutions were introduced, and one was regarding city staff working with IUSD to combat anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. I provided public comment on the resolution, and Vice Mayor Agron mischaracterized my comment in a response. This was surprising, since the Brown Act explicitly prohibits council members from directly responding to public comments. Yet Vice Mayor Agron called me out by name and stated that I and others who opposed this resolution were not concerned about hate incidents in IUSD or were suggesting IUSD does not want the city's assistance. Neither of these statements are accurate. The school resolution was put forth clearly as part of a political tactic regarding the conflict in Gaza in an attempt to get a win. Those who voted against the first resolution regarding the schools recognized this was a scheme, and more importantly, understood the resolution was unnecessary and redundant. It is inappropriate for the city to prescribe conduct to IUSD. More importantly, IUSD already undertakes numerous efforts to combat hate and can easily provide this information to the city. Additionally, IUSD has always been fortunate to collaborate closely with the city and has always appreciated that help. Vice Mayor Agron and the entire council is well aware that there are regular formal city district liaison meetings between the board and council members. IUSD and the city have a strong relationship, and we should allow that relationship to actually help solve issues rather than using students as a political football. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to testify tonight.
Sandy L., followed by Jop Char.
Recently, I started receiving the Irvine Community News and Views by email. I did not subscribe to it, and I'm concerned how they got my email address. Further, it isn't apparent from the publication itself who is behind it. Among other things, it contains political opinions, for example, a recent negative piece on 2 of our current city council members without balanced perspective. If I'm going to read someone's opinion, I want to know what their political affiliations are, who is funding them, and other identifying information to provide transparency. There's no credibility without accountability. After researching, I found that ICNV is registered with the state of California to Carrie Mahan Agron, who is also the CEO and the daughter-in-law of our current Vice Mayor, Larry Agron, who is running for mayor. Whatever Ms. Agron's intentions with this publication, and whether or not they are technically legal, are they ethical for press? Doesn't the community deserve to know her affiliation to one of our political leaders so that we can decide for themselves if ICNV is biased? On its donate page, they mention that we at ICNV unapologetically take sides on matters that impact Irvine residents. But who is taking sides? They also say that readers are allowed to share their personal views, but do any views not in line with Mr. Agron's get published? Don't Irvine residents deserve answers to these many questions and transparency about this publication?
Thank you for sharing your comments with us.
If I could call the next 5 speakers forward: Anna B., Tom L., Jason Garshfield, Susan Sayer, and Jake. And we'll start with Anna B.
Good evening. I'm an Irvine resident. I've been living in Irvine for over 25 years. My concern is about the transparency of the Irvine Community News newspaper. The paper claims to be an independent source of news. However, Larry Agron and his wife own stock in it and contribute money to it. I'm wondering why he's not transparent about it. Why are you reluctant to let the citizens of Irvine know who is behind the paper? The Irvine Community News is biased in favor of Larry Agron and his views. Larry uses this as an instrument of a propaganda. And I'm quoting now, it is a quote from the Daily Pilot. And this is what Mayor Han, who's not here today, said back in 2020. I think everyone knows the newspaper is linked to Larry Agron. It is his newspaper, and whatever he puts out in it, he has the right to do so. But she says, I wouldn't call it an independent newspaper. She continued, I personally would feel very uncomfortable putting out a paper, claiming out to be a community paper if I was promoting myself in it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Tom L., Jason, followed by Susan Sayer.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask a question to Mayor Khan tonight, and she could not be troubled to be here, so I'll have to ask her in absentia. So there was a screenshot that I saw. making the rounds of Mayor Khan on her private Twitter account, which is different from her official one, saying of the clearing out of the UCLA pro-Palestine demonstration. She was saying, how is this acceptable on any level? Student protesters were showing the world how to build a better community while standing up for humanity and rejecting colonialism/capitalism/Zionism. But it had to be destroyed, if not by paid agitators, then by police force. That was the statement. The question I wanted to ask Mayor Khan was, is this a true statement of yours? And if so, do you stand by this? What was disturbing to me, and I've gotten used to hearing Zionism trashed in these meetings, I don't want to fully open up that can of worms again. What angers me even more is the attack on capitalism. When we talk about capitalism, it's very clear, we need to be clear what we're talking about, which is the private ownership of goods and services within the economy. This is a fundamental aspect of American governance, and it is a consensus position among economists that capitalism is by far the best system ever devised for creating and distributing wealth. How are we supposed to attract businesses to our city if we have an anti-capitalist mayor? Mayor Khan, oh, that was the question I was going to ask. I already asked it, so I think I'll leave it at that.
Susan Sayer.
Thank you
Susan?
for your public comments. Now,
Susan.
Ms. Sayer.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Susan Sayer, and I've lived in Irvine for over 43 years. I'm currently living at Regents Point, which is a senior community with over 300 residents. Many of our residents can no longer drive due to poor vision or having physical disabilities, and thus feel isolated and depressed, which often leads to physical and cognitive decline. Feelings of isolation from community can be prevented by inspiring participation in stimulating activities, both in their residential facility and in the community at large, which leads to improved health, happiness, sense of belonging to the city community, and sense of personal well-being. Regents Point receives a Senior Connection publication to distribute to residents, which offer all kinds of activities for seniors, consisting of classes, tours, discussion groups, support service, and special events, which are designed for and dedicated to Irvine seniors. However, many Irvine senior residents do not drive and thus are unable to access these activities. The Irvine Connect transportation system would be invaluable for enabling seniors who can't drive to take advantage of these activities. However, the Irvine Connect route does not include a number of senior residential communities or even all of Irvine's senior center. The city claims that it reached out to the community for input regarding Irvine Connect routes. However, residents of senior communities, most of them, did not even ever hear of Irvine Connect, and they, of course, were not able to attend any of the activities that the city arranged to meet with the community because they could not drive to get to these activities. As Irvine Connect does not...
Your time is up, Ms. Sayer. Thank you for your public comments.
Jake, and if I could also call forward Mary Frower and Dana C.
It is deeply concerning to witness the actions today of Councilmember Carroll in Irvine. It's kind of embarrassing that you are sitting here today to encourage, or an attempt to encourage, to weaponize the police department against people who are here to film the public process and to disseminate that public process, to encourage members of the public to participate in their local government. And you tried to weaponize the police against us, claiming false accusations of bringing weapons into the council chambers. I'm hearing a lot of corruption accusations here of this council. It's kind of crazy to me that we just happen to be here today. And the only reason we are standing here is because of the actions of Mr. Carroll over here. Earlier in the day, where he tried to antagonize the public, to accost and attack us and our presence here. Absolutely. on video. Can't refute that.
Hold on one moment. Please, we have a speaker. Please listen to him.
Such behavior undermines the principles of democracy and the right of citizens to actively and participate in their local government, which is everything our platform encourages, is to get the public out here to participate like these people here today. And to discourage that participation and the reckless behavior of Councilmember Carroll today is pretty disgusting. It's kind of grotesque, actually. So that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to share your comments. Next.
Mary Frower, followed by Dana C.
Hi, my name's Mary Fruhar, and I am talking about the new dog park that we're supposed to be getting. We had the temporary dog park that was set up and was destroyed and taken down by the city council after only speaking to one HOA. And based upon that input, the temporary dog park was removed. Central Park is closing this summer, and now we have no backup. This is the only dog park that we have in Irvine, by the way. The dog park is extremely important. We have a significant number of owners who come daily, and that is 6 days a week, and many of us actually have another dog park that we find in other cities we go to on Wednesday when the dog park is closed here in Irvine. Dog parks provide a socialization for owners, and for some, this is a way that we keep track of health. During COVID, we were able to find out who was sick and who was not. It also provides socialization for dogs, which is important to decrease aggression in dogs. Dogs who are not properly socialized are likely to be more aggressive. Due to changes in health, this is also sometimes the only way to exercise dogs. People can sometimes only walk their dogs to take them potty, but they can't give them the exercise that they need, either due to becoming older and not being able to take their dogs for walks, or for chronic illnesses that have interfered with their life, or something like a fracture. People with more experience are also able to go ahead and share their experience with those who have less experience with dogs. And as our community grows, we share that with those who have less experience.
Thank you for taking the time to testify tonight.
Dina.
Good evening. This is my first time. Thank you very much for listening in advance. The dog park I'm here to talk about, there's not much for me to say anymore. I did have a brief meeting with some of the people within the city of Irvine who reassured me that there would be a dog park, that there wouldn't be any interruption whatsoever. So I just wanted to respectfully request that we do honor that and nothing happens to our existing dog park, that it does get relocated in a relatively seamless fashion and with no interruptions. It's been of critical importance to me personally, having a multi-dog household. For me emotionally, it's been wonderful to go to the dog park and to meet other humans and to be around other dogs and see my puppies grow up there and be socialized properly. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the housing development. Right now I'm on a fact-finding mission. I'm on an information-gathering mission. I don't have any hard opinions at this point. They're more like soft opinions, and they're just initial thoughts. Today I was a participant in Mr. Carroll's meeting today at noon. I had no idea what was going on with the development, the housing proposal, the request from the state, and how that's going to be fiscally impacting or economically impacting or socially impacting the community of Irvine, which I've been a resident of since 1998. I'm a dual property owner. I think it's very interesting in these developments. I do have some concerns, but I first and foremost want to say that I am an advocate of helping the homeless. I've helped them personally. I've gotten to know them personally by name, and I do know that it's an issue, and I'm concerned about the second and third generations of the homeless community as well, the children growing up in these marginal communities. And I am happy to be a participant of the solution, as long as solution can serve us the greater good. What I am
Excuse me, your time is up. Thank you, though, for your first-time public comments. And I hope you'll feel free to join us again.
Vice Mayor, that puts us right at 30 minutes.
How many more speakers do we have?
12.
Why don't we proceed through the balance of the speakers, and then we'll move on to the agenda for tonight.
Thank you. If I could call the next few speakers down: Ann Volz, Deborah Miller Osorio, Crit Van T, Alan Meyerson, and Gil Nelson. And we'll start with Ann.
Thank you. My name is Ann Volz, and I am a resident in Irvine, California. In my career, I have moved myself across the country several times, and I always look first for where's the dog park. That's my neighborhood. It's expensive to live here. I love living here. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment. I love rescuing dogs, and I can have up to 3. I get a little emotional about dog things. I rescue the seniors. I rescue the dogs that usually would maybe be left behind. I don't usually get emotional. But the dog park is certainly my outlet. I really appreciate having the dog park. It would be incredibly disruptive to myself and so many others to have any break in the service and the access to a dog park. Frankly, without a yard, I'm not quite sure what I would do. So I just request, too, that if there is anything possible to keep this as seamless as possible for all of us here. I'm even wearing a dog leash today. Never done that before either. We'd really appreciate it. I want to just also, on a dog-related note and not related to the dog park, is give a huge shout-out, this will be the emotional part, to the Orange County Fire Department and Irvine Animal Services. They rescued my dog from a 4th-floor balcony heroically about 3 weeks ago. So anyways, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your comments. I just want to interrupt for one moment here. Might we just turn to the city manager and maybe very briefly allay concerns relative to the dog park?
For sure, and if we haven't done a good enough job at the city communicating this fact, we'll make sure to redouble our efforts. Our Community Services Department has coordinated an updated improvement schedule to ensure there's no disruption to the existing dog park as we coordinate improvements at both the animal shelter and the construction of a new dog park. We'd identified an interim facility that had drawn some pushback from one of the HOAs in the area. We've reconfigured the plan. There will be no disruption to the availability of a dog park at any point in time as the projects unfold. And we'll get some more information out to everybody here in short order.
There you go, problem solved. Thank you for your advocacy on behalf of dogs. Thank you. Please go right ahead.
Okay. I'm bringing up 2 things related to transportation, one positive, one not so positive. The first one is I wanted to thank whoever responsible for forming and getting the iConnect going. It's convenient, clean, and actually a good social experience. It saves time in traffic and decreased stress. And I took my grandson on there like the first week, and he really loved it. And it actually encourages exercise because you have to walk to and from the bus. And the second thing is the changes at the Culver and Tribuco intersection is just an accident waiting to happen as people move over at the last minute to turn right on Tribuco since it says 5 only, and then they have 5 seconds to get out of that lane to avoid getting onto the freeway. So the changes there where they made the 2 lanes into 1 is negative. Thank you.
Thank you. On that, I trust the city manager is taking notes, and I've experienced the same problem there. I think it can be remedied. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Crit Van Tile, and I'm also from the dog park, but I want to be really positive today. I first of all want to thank the city. We have a beautiful dog park that's 24 years old, and I have been working with and organizing at the dog park and working with Kathleen Hatton and Dina Diggins and Corey Lakin. And I appreciate their working with me, and I've talked with Tommy Kim as well. And we have a lot of plans that I know are going forth. I'm actually a member of the Homeowners Association that there was some pushback from. That will be reversed. That's a prediction, but we've already got the signatures. My point is we want to support the dog park in any way possible moving forward. And the city talked about in the 2019 article in the Orange County Register about not only moving the dog park, this has been long planned, but also adding 3 satellite parks. With the explosion of dog ownership in the last few years, especially from 2020, having already known in 2019 that we wanted more dog parks, now it's a pressing need. There are nights when they're parking out on the non-parking road in front of the dog park, and we need more. And so we are now founding an Irvine Dog Park Association. We have a website, irvinedogparks.com, parks, plural. And the reason is we need it. There's so many people that when they socialize their dog, especially the elderly, they can't walk their dogs, but they can exercise, socialize them, and there's friendships, and it's a sense of community there. A park is not a park. A dog park is very different than other dog parks. People make lifelong friendships there, and their dogs make friendships, and so many people, some of them are here today, we're all wearing leashes, and it's to signify that we are here for the dog park. And the dog park, I know it's not a lot of time you hear mainly negative things here. We want to thank you for a great park for 24 years. We actually have a founding member here, Dana spoke earlier today, who was part of the crew that were all ticketed, and they petitioned the city, and you guys answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your very positive public comments. We appreciate that.
Alan Meyerson.
Good evening, council members. Alan Meyerson. Wanted to remind some of you, Kathleen's not here, that even though I am probably on the same side of the issue of the Middle East, what's going on in the Middle East, that you are on, I wanted to remind you that it's part of your job to listen to the people and not leave, as painful and as uncomfortable as that may be at times. In a real world job, if you leave your job, it's called job abandonment. It's cause for disciplinary action or fire. You can even be fired. So while you may feel uncomfortable and not want to hear what the people are saying, it's your job to do that, and I would suggest that you remain and do that. It benefits you in the long run. I was at the SUCCESSOR Irvine. It was fantastic. I did get a chance to talk to some people at the OCPA booth. I did ask them a pointed question. They did give me some misleading information about, they said the city was partnering with the OCPA, and I questioned them because I said 2 of the council members are not for the OCPA, so I don't know how you could say the city's partnering with them. And I also asked them if I'm paying for 100% green energy, but I'm not getting that at my door, isn't that consumer fraud? Because anywhere else you go and spend money, you get what you pay for, but for some reason in this situation, you can pay for 100% green, but that's not what you're getting at your front door. So there's some consumer fraud going on there. I don't really like it. The last thing I wanted to say tonight was that was a very well-organized attack on the vice mayor's newspaper. Obviously, a lot of the people that were commenting aren't involved with Irvine politics because they couldn't pronounce his last name correctly, which just shows they don't really know what's going on in the city. So that was a well-organized attack. I get the ICNV. There's a lot of information in there, things you can do in the city. It's actually useful information.
Thank you for your public comments.
Gil Nelson, and if I could also call forward Geneva Bailey.
I wish Councilwoman Treseder would put her butt back in the chair instead of walking out every time I come up, because this really concerns her, as well as Councilwoman Kim. It's amazing. We can tell the politics are underway, well organized by Councilwoman Kim, I'm sure, and Treseder probably participated since they're girlfriends. But I'd like to say, as a former newspaper city editor, that the Irvine Community News and Views, it doesn't bother me who owns it. What bothers me is what is the truth. And when I read the truth from men like Jim Phelps, who criticizes OCPA and our participation for the brown energy that OCPA really is delivering, as they call it, renewables. And I'm grateful and glad to read columns by Dr. Phyllis Agren, who, by the way, is the 2024 Orange County Medical Association Doctor of the Year for her tremendous work that she has done for 40 years, including all of those car seats that our children have been in for the last 40 years. She was one of the major California state developers for the state legislation in that, and speaks nationally in that area. Tremendous human being. Again, it doesn't bother me, but what bothers me is when I see a consorted political ridiculous activity going on with you, Councilwoman Kim. Obviously, you brought these people here to criticize. Who cares if he owns the paper? Who cares? I want the truth. I want the truth. You should want the truth. The truth. What is the truth?
Mr. Nelson.
The newspaper articles talk about the truth.
Mr. Nelson.
And that's what we want. The other thing that bothers me, and I believe the City Council should develop an ordinance.
Your time is up. Thank you for your public comments. Next.
Geneva Bailey.
There's lies in the paper. Sue for defamation. Sue.
Take a seat, please, if you would. Take a seat, please. Go right ahead.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Geneva Bailey. I'm a resident of Irvine. I'm a single mother with 3 daughters. I do want to express that there is great officers at the Irvine Police Department. However, on May 2nd, I did not experience any good experience there. I called for assistance due to my daughter's escalating behavior due to trauma. The first team in the Irvine Police Department responded, but they eventually left without resolving the situation. I was left alone with my daughter, who was still in an agitated trauma state. I called the police again for help, as I was instructed to do so by the Irvine Police Department. Officer Marcus arrived, and instead of assisting me, he aggravated the situation. He demanded that I take Audrey, my daughter, to CHOC, even though I explained the safety concerns of transporting her in an agitated state. He showed lack of empathy and understanding of our situation, insisting that I was neglecting my daughter, including not caring if I were to cause an accident, and neglecting to call an ambulance for me. He said it was my job to deal with the situation. When I tried to go back into my home to reach for my phone, Officer Marcus tried to prevent me from using my phone, further escalating the situation to once again for me to call first and seek their opinion of transporting my daughter in that state. Officer Battenstone, who arrived later, seemed to witness the ordeal but claimed ignorance when questioned about it. However, he later apologized for their behavior, acknowledging that it was inappropriate. I'm deeply troubled by the treatment I receive from these officers. I understand that their job can be challenging, but if an officer is really frustrated with the situation, then maybe they shouldn't be an officer to begin with, because it can be a frustrating situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, I'm just wondering if, I'm just wondering if perhaps you could be in touch and deal with this matter beyond the bounds of this meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. We're aware of the situation with Ms. Bailey, so we'll make sure we reach out to her. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for taking the time to comment. Next.
That takes care of all our in-person speakers. We do have 6 via Zoom.
6? Let's go.
Thank you. Our first speaker is telephone number 347, followed by Eric Nishanian. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Deepa. At a recent OCPA event put on by Kathleen Treceder and Tammy Kim, scheduled on a Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, It was abruptly cut short at 11:28 a.m. The event was supposed to be an open discussion about the OCPA. There were only 9 people on Zoom, and at least 3 of us were never given the opportunity to speak. My guess is they saw the questions in the Zoom comments and couldn't answer them. Like, how can the OCPA be charging customers for 100% renewable when the sun goes down and we are relying on fossil fuel? Or isn't it true that customers of SCE are getting the same mix of energy as customers of the OCPA who are paying a lot more? If they answered these questions, it would show that the OCPA is nothing but a scam, and Traceder and Kim are cowards for dodging questions because they can't answer them. How is this being transparent? They are incompetent to serve on the OCPA because they refuse to recognize this organization for what it is and would rather use it for a slush fund to give OCPA ratepayer funds away to Korean nonprofits and Ian Creation's campaign to get on this city council. Irvine needs to shut this scam down or become part of the corruption. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian, followed by Doug Elliott. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much. It's kind of ironic that Zionists are complaining about propaganda. I don't hear them talking about how the Irvine Standard is owned by the Irvine Company. It's pretty naive and ignorant of them to be doing so. Clearly, Larry has a right to free speech just like anybody else, and what he's doing is not unique, if he's doing it at all. The big problem with Vice Mayor Larry Agrin is that he endorsed a racist sympathizer, Farrah Khan, for her campaign as 3rd District Supervisor. Well, Tammy did that too when she ran for mayor again, and they both knew that she's a lying racist who has proclivity for stabbing those closest to her in the back. Why Larry would endorse her after she threatened harm to the county from the dais as mayor over the handling of OCPA is beyond me. Why he would endorse her after she implemented the rule of 2 against him is beyond me. Did somebody drop him on his head? Is he suffering from dementia? This is a woman who did not live up to her promises regarding the asphalt company, AAA Asphalt, did not live up to her campaign promises in other regards with respect to the veteran cemetery. At every step, she has shown that she's two-faced, yet Larry went ahead and endorsed her. It's pretty troubling. It's also troubling that Tammy endorsed her too. Where was she at the Armenian Genocide Memorial event in April if the city was partnered with the Armenian community? She is the figurehead of the city, and she wasn't there. That doesn't appear like a partnership. That appears like the city is in division over this matter. If the city couldn't build the veteran cemetery with voter initiative, there's no way that Armenian Genocide Memorial is going to be built. You know that, Larry. It's all a political ploy, right?
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Doug Elliott, followed by D. Viet Lee. Mr. Elliott, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you. I'm Doug Elliott, a 12-year Irvine resident, and I would like to comment on the colloquy between Councilmember Carroll and Chief Kent right before the closed session. The Brown Act is an important piece of legislation that provides basic rights to the public for transparency and open meetings, and provides certain rights that the public has in participating in those meetings. And among those is a government code section 54953.3, which provides that members of the public don't have to identify themselves to attend council meetings. And also section 54953.5 provides that members of the public have the right to use cameras and recorders at public proceedings. So I commend Chief Kent for understanding these rights and respecting them. Councilmember Carroll, in his questions and concerns, indicates perhaps that he needs a refresher course in the Brown Act, and I would recommend that perhaps he take a look at the article I wrote for Irvine Watchdog about 3 years ago, which can be found in the search feature of the Watchdog. So just a suggestion there that might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is D. Viet Lee, followed by DS. D. Viet Lee, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, my name is Viet Lee, 30-year resident of Irvine. I wanted to speak about demography for a moment, if I could. We know that the majority support for Israel is Christian in nature. We also know that, especially amongst the youth, exodus from Christianity has been driven by the cruelty and intolerance of the institution towards LGBTQ people. The core support for Israel is religious in nature, but does said religion represent a majority polity any longer? In similar conversations with regards to e-bikes, we seemingly find ourselves with disagreements along generational lines. But if it is the position of the city's continued investment in Israel-linked companies is that it's representative of the city's majority opinion, then I would suggest that this assumption be reinterrogated. Those 40 and younger, non-Christians, also reside and have resided here. The city's money would be better invested in literally anything else. Even a pile of burning money might be preferable. Please consider again divesting from funding the worst atrocity the world has seen since World War II.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Our next speaker is DS, followed by Shaima. DS, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, thank you. I just want to respond to the comment, not before the last one. Yes, the Brown Act does allow people to come and record with their cell phones, but the Irvine film permit requires that people who come into public spaces must have a permit in order to use a tripod. And so the 3 individuals that were filming were doing this without the appropriate permit. And there have been times when I have liked to come and film with a tripod, and I was told that I was unable to do that without the appropriate permit. So I think it's important that we be very careful about how we throw around the rules and regulations, and we need to follow the rules. And those people who were filming were not doing it appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment. I hope we can get clarification on that, whether there is a tripod rule. We don't have to have an answer tonight, but let's get clarification and obviously consistency. All right? Thank you. Go right ahead.
Our next speaker is Shaima. Shaima, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Vice Mayor Agron, I'm so sorry you're being vilified so viciously by a clear smear campaign probably orchestrated by your opponent, Tammy Kim. It is not a coincidence to have so many people show up to target you specifically right after Tammy Kim failed in her attempt to secure her own party's club nomination. It speaks to the lack of integrity by Kim to use city time and resources to advance her political agenda. But that's not something new for Tammy. She has a history of using city resources for her own gains despite the clear conflict of interest, like when she awarded the Center of Asian Americans a grant money while she was serving on its advisory board, and that's not to get into OCPA. I hope that the people of Irvine can see through you and that we never have you as a mayor. We already see your true colors. This is unethical, what happened today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll now take the next speaker.
That is all the speakers, Vice Mayor.
Well, we did it. We got through them all at the front end here of the meeting. With that, at this point, it's time to, I think, convene to the special joint meeting, is it not?
Correct.
All right. This is actually a confusing part for me after all these years. I think it has something to do with the end of redevelopment many years ago, about 2010 or 2011. And so we're going to go through some technical mumbo jumbo here for about 2 minutes, and then we'll move on with the rest of the meeting. So we'll now convene to the special joint meeting with the City of Irvine as successor agency to the dissolved Irvine Redevelopment Agency. The time is 7:01 p.m. At this time, we'll hear public comments on matters not on the successor agency agenda. Those participating via Zoom may now raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue. Any member of the public may address the successor agency on items within the successor agency's subject matter jurisdiction, but which are not listed on the agenda. However, no action may be taken on matters that are not part of the posted agenda. Will the clerk please provide the number of requests submitted to speak on non-agendized items for the successor agency?
There are no requests to speak.
Thank you. There being none, we will move along then to the consent calendar, the city's consent calendar. The City Council and successor agency will now consider the consent calendars, which consist of items numbers 3.1 through 3.8 for the City Council and item numbers 4.1 and 4.2 for the successor agency. Those participating via Zoom may now raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue. All matters listed under the consent calendars are considered by the city manager and executive director to be routine, and all will be enacted by one roll call vote. There will be no discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or successor agency request specific items be removed from the consent calendars for separate discussion. Before I turn to my colleagues, we will consider public testimony on items listed on the consent calendar. City Clerk, please provide the number of requests submitted to speak.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have 10 requests to speak, 8 in person and 2 via Zoom.
Very well, thank you. So each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. Anybody who signs on after the first speaker starts will be limited to 90 seconds. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. As a reminder, we'll be allowing no more than 30 minutes for public comments on all consent calendar items altogether. We will first consider public testimony by those attending in person, and I'll now turn to our city clerk to please call forward those who wish to speak.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. If I could call forward the first 5 speakers: Chris Lee, Matthew S., Mike Kenyon, Jason Garshfield, and Henry Lee. If you'd come down, line up. We'll start with Chris Lee. And as a reminder, if you would, please state which items you are speaking to. Thank you. We'll start with Chris Lee.
Welcome.
Thanks so much. Good evening. This is actually my first time here. I guess one could say long-time listener, first-time caller. Tammy, I haven't met you in person. I'm a fellow believer in Christ. Mike, I haven't met you in person. I'm actually a fellow Republican. Larry, you won't believe this, but I actually went to school at Marina High School, and my European history teacher was actually Ed Pope.
My what?
Your AP European history teacher was actually Ed Pope.
Oh, my goodness, Ed Pope. Remarkable individual. Still lives in Irvine.
Amazing teacher.
Wonderful guy, yes.
Kathleen, haven't met you yet, but it's a pleasure. I'm just here simply to speak as a resident of Irvine, as a Christian, and as an Asian American Christian, to thank the City Council and thank everybody here for the observation of Jewish American Heritage Month, as a month of May. Very, very timely, actually, today being May 14th is actually the 76th anniversary of the rebirth of the nation Israel. I just want to let everybody know here that we love you. We, as a community, we stand together, and we're very, very blessed to be able to celebrate. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Welcome as a first-time commenter. We appreciate your taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matthew, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Mayor and Honorable City Council members. First of all, I want to thank you for, this is my first time here, and the respect you give the public and answering these, I don't know if I would be so restrained, so thank you for your restraint. My name is Matthew Stasier. I come as a private citizen and a proud parent of a graduating daughter from the excellent Portola Springs Elementary School. I'm also the current Deputy Grand Knight and worthy Grand Knight-elect of the Knight of Columbus Council at our parish and Our Lady Queen of Angels. I come to remind all Christians, especially Catholics, of our long tradition of supporting Jewish people. On November 17, 1980, Pope John Paul II gave a speech at Minsk, Germany, to Jewish communities in which he said that God's covenant with the Jewish people have never been revoked. He stated, quote, "The people remains most dear to God, for God does not repent the gifts he makes, nor does he call these issues." John Paul II also became the first pope to have made official papal visit to a synagogue when he visited the Great Synagogue of Rome in April of 1986. He made the famous quote and statement that many people know. He said, "Jews are our elder brothers." Again, Jews are our elder brothers. Lastly, I want to remind the community of the official declaration of the Vatican II, an ecumenical council of the Catholic Church in 1965. The Nostra Aetate, which is Latin for in our time, the Declaration of Relations of the Church with the non-Christian religion, is an official declaration of Vatican II of the Ecumenical Council of the Catholic Church. And the Church states, quote, "The Church's rejection of every persecution against any man or woman, the Church, mindful of the patronage she shares with the Jews and moved not by political reasons, but by the gospel's spiritual love, decries hatred, persecution, displays of anti-Semitism directed against Jews anytime by anyone." I thank you for my time and request my statement and the Nostra Aetate be entered into the record. Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you for taking the time to offer your public comments.
I want to thank the previous gentleman for his fine words. My name's Mike. Again, thank you for all the service that you give to our city. I'm so grateful for you. I've been a resident of Irvine for 30 years. My family and I love this city dearly. I'm a local Christian pastor, and I'm here today to show support for the proclamation of the Jewish American Heritage Month. I'm convinced our greatest strength in Irvine, as the city of Irvine, is our ethnic, religious, and cultural diversity, and the mutual respect that we have for one another. In my neighborhood, through the faith-based lens, we have Muslim, Hindu, Christian, faith and non-faith background members within a 2-block radius. We have barbecues together on a regular basis from many different countries represented in my neighborhood of Northwood Glen, and our parties are incredible. We have a lot of differences, but there's a lot that unites us: our love for our city, our love for humanity, and our mutual respect for one another. And again, I think that's one of the greatest strengths we have as the city of Irvine. In fact, I read a survey once that said we are just about every country in the world is represented in Irvine or within a 20-mile radius of Irvine. And I think that's an incredible strength we have. We focus on what unites us, not divides us. Put another way, in Irvine, everyone has a seat at the table. And we celebrate each other's cultural uniqueness and embrace our values that make us American citizens. My 2 children went to Briarwood Elementary School. They're now in college, but every year they have a multicultural gathering, an event. It took place again last week. We go every year. And there's well over 20 countries that have booths with food and signs and cultural stories that they share. There's presentations by our elementary school kids representing the country of origin they come from. A number of years there's been Irvine and Iran, not Irvine, but Iran and Israel side by side, their booths, selling goods and celebrating life together. I'm not naive to think we don't have issues in our world. Indeed, we do, and they're difficult and complex. But one of the greatest opportunities we have in Irvine is to cultivate that spirit of unity, to take our different cultures and celebrate the unity we have together. And I just wanted to share that today. I believe that supporting this proclamation of Jewish American Heritage Month is very important in these times, and I want to stand with my Jewish friends at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your very uplifting comments.
Jason?
Yes, I'd like to thank the speakers who came before me, first of all. At this time, the Jewish community is deeply grateful for anyone who is outside but who is willing to stand with us during this dark hour. And I promise you, certainly I and hopefully the entire Jewish people will remember those who stood by us at this time, and we will also remember those who didn't. So I'd like to speak on item 12, Jewish American Heritage Month. And I'd like to say that as a Jew, I oppose this. I don't believe this city has any right to celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month after the way Jews have been treated in this city, including by our elected representatives. And if you doubt this, watch the last 10 city council meetings. We had speakers come in here, they praised Hamas. This girl came in here, she said Hamas is a resistance organization. This man said that the hostages who were captured and then released had love in their eyes for their captors. We've heard all sorts of statements along these lines. People were talking about Jews committing sex trafficking and digging tunnels and all this stuff. And now this is covered by free speech. I recognize that you guys don't have the power to shut down any speaker, regardless of how vile their comments may be. The answer to bad speech is good speech. Now, Mr. Vice Mayor and Madam Mayor, who I assume is watching from elsewhere, why haven't you used your good speech up at that dais to denounce those comments? So part of Jewish heritage, and this is commonly associated with Israel, but this applies to all Jews, including those in America, involves standing up to anti-Semites and fighting back against those who would kill us. It is clear that many in Irvine have no interest in honoring this aspect of Jewish heritage and wish only to honor Jews who will sit quietly, eating their matzah balls, and go meekly to die when called upon to do so. Self-defense is central to Judaism and dates back to the biblical kings and prophets, none of whom would have heeded calls for a ceasefire against the Canaanites or the Philistines. Until you can honor Jewish heritage in your actions, you should not honor it in your words. This proclamation is a smokescreen over the problems within this city, and I will not allow it.
Henry Lee, and if I could also call down Sandy L., Rania, and Melinda Liu.
Yes, I wish I can bring some new energies of a different kind. Dear the esteemed council members, I'm thankful for the opportunity to stand here. My name is Henry Lee. I am a retired professor in engineering at UCI. I have lived in Irvine since 1992. I'm here representing Buddhist Light International Association, BLIA, to say our sincere thanks for the council's proclamations for Buddha's birthday as a council holiday, as a city council holiday. So I want to also take this opportunity to give a very brief introduction about our organizations. BILA was founded in 1992. At this moment, it has over 200 chapters, over more than 100 countries around the globe, including Irvine. At Irvine, we have about 80 to 90 members, all voting members, by the way. So And also since 2003, BILA has become a recognized NGO of the United Nations for its long-term contribution to education, charity, and social welfare. Now, when people thought about Buddhism, I think some typical words may have popped out, like solitary meditations, aloofness, and even reclusiveness. However, BILA took the philosophy slightly different. We took a more humanistic approach to life. We cherish involvement and engagement with people around us. I want to summarize our principle in 3 sentences. The first one is to say good things to people around us. Number 2, to do good deeds for people around us. And thirdly, to harbor good thought within us. So these 3 good principles highlight our philosophy. Now, with the recognition of Buddha's birthday, I hope this will be the beginning of a long, wonderful collaboration between the City of Irvine and our organization for the betterment of the community at Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Andy L.
Thank you. As you know, May is Jewish American Heritage Month. Since its founding, Jews have made substantial and important contributions to America. Jews did not come to this country and expect to be taken care of. Rather, they came to this country and embraced it, cherished it, contributed to it, and enhanced it. In fact, in 1790, George Washington said to the Jews of Newport, Rhode Island, "The United States, which gives bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under the protection should demean themselves as good citizens, in giving it on all occasions their effectual support." The Jews took that promise to heart and have been keeping their end of the bargain, being good citizens. But have they received the benefit of the other side of that bargain? Have they been free from bigotry, from persecution? Now is the time for a new generation of Jews to make their mark on this country. Young Jewish leaders are rising in this time of great turmoil and tragedy. Despite all the gaslighting, violence, ugliness, and hate that they are facing, like their ancestors, they will not be deterred from their commitment to be good citizens and to make this country a better place, including one free from bigotry and persecution for all people, including those who hate them. I'll leave you with this one thought. What is being done to protect these Jews of 2024? Where's George Washington's promise of 1790? The Jews are not free of bigotry and persecution. Rather, bigotry and persecution of Jews is being embraced and is growing, as evidenced by intimidating behavior and hateful rhetoric exhibited in this Irvine City Council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Rania.
Good evening, City Council members and Vice Mayor. Rania, Irvine resident, and I'm here in support of the Jewish American Heritage Month because I have so much respect for the Jewish people who are saying not in my name, who are saying not again for anyone. I have so much respect, and I wish someone of them is listening to my comments, and I'd like to honor you in this month, the Jewish people who are against the killing of people, the children, and the genocide that's going on in Gaza. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Belinda Liu.
So I'm speaking on agenda item 3.8. Vice Mayor, Council Member, City staff, and Irvine residents. I'm Melinda Liu, a 20-year Northwood resident running for City Council in District 1. As a longtime member and an active volunteer in my community, I'm running to keep services accessible to Irvine residents, such as childcare. So in the past few months, I was honored to be part of the Irvine Junior Games Planning Committee, along with IUSC board members Lauren Brooks, Paul Goda's wife in Winnebago, former Councilmember Anthony Quill, Community Services Commissioner Naz Hami, and the wonderful Sharon Willick right here, and many more talented and dedicated volunteers. And to those unfamiliar with the Irvine Children's Fund, the Junior Games is its annual fundraiser sports event. For decades, Irvine's Children's Fund has provided over $3 million in scholarships for working families for before and after school care, supplies and activities, as well as improvements to the child care sites. So we're lucky to be in a district where all 29 of our elementary schools have on-site child care facilities, and ICF bridges the gaps for the working parents to child care during working hours. I'd like to use this opportunity and this stage to give acknowledgments to the many volunteers who showed up on Sunday and Saturday 2 weekends ago. And many of them come year after year for 35 years to make this a success and bring this kind of childcare support to working families in Irvine. And I'm glad to see the Community Partnership Funds awarded to ICF, and hope the city approves the Community Service Commission's recommendation to allocate HUD funds to ICF. And thank you for the time.
Thank you for your public comments.
Vice Mayor, that is all the in-person speakers. We have 2 via Zoom.
Let's take those, please.
Thank you. Our first speaker is telephone number 347, followed by Eric Nishanian. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Dee Fox. I'm speaking on Proclamation 5, which is the lung cancer action, and then briefly on 10 and 12. In a report generated by the EPA that collects data from the Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program, it shows that the University of California at Irvine, UCI, in 2022 as a direct emitter of greenhouse gases, specifically CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide, with CO2 as the highest in metric tons of 68,966.5 units. Shockingly, with all the talk from Kathleen Treseder giving OCPA ratepayer funds of $30,000 to Ian Creation's Climate Action Campaign, you would think the numbers would go down. But in 2023, the university had an increase in greenhouse gas emissions, with CO2 again being the highest in metric tons of 71,167.1 units. That's 12,200.6 units more than the previous year. So proclaiming May as Lung Cancer Action, what exactly is being done in Irvine to facilitate that effort? Because constructing 50% more housing isn't going to help the problem, and talking about it isn't going to help either. So what is the action plan? And then briefly on Proclamations 10 and 12, 10 having to do with Asian Americans, and 12 the Jewish American heritage. I just have to say, in reading these, if I were a Jewish person, I too would have a problem with this proclamation. If you look at the Asian American versus the Jewish proclamation, and just look at the first 3 whereases and read them, you will see that it does no service to the Jewish community. And in fact, I'm not surprised Farrakhan probably wrote it. So it really needs to be looked at, and I think somebody in the Jewish community should write the proclamation, not Farrakhan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, thank you. Briefly, just in the proclamations generally and involving Pride and Pride Day, I wish we would celebrate and have as much pomp and circumstance for children, the elderly, women who are protected classes, because the energy we expend on the LGBT community is energy we take away for advocating protected classes like those that cannot protect themselves, like the elderly, the disabled, children, and women whose rights are being eroded on a daily basis. And with regard to the Jewish Heritage Month proclamation, on behalf of my stepfather, a Jewish man who was buried here in Orange County and was instrumental in my development as a proud American, thank you for recognizing the Jewish community. Judaism and Zionism is not the same. There are more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish Zionists. So that person at the time needs to get his act straight. The Jewish community here locally was silent, and they said nothing publicly to condemn Farrakhan when she was linked to Turkish nationalist genocide deniers. No one from the Jewish community spoke out. Not Eric Ludwig, not Peter Levi, not Rick Steinberg, and none of their acolytes. Nobody. So when you're talking about how no one's coming to your support, look at yourself in the mirror. Look at yourself and look at what you've done in this city when things have gone wrong. You've made it all about yourself. And when things have gone wrong for other people, you sat in the shadows and said nothing. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Does that conclude the public comments?
We have one more speaker, Taryn Williams. Taryn, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Hi, my name is Taryn Williams, and I'm one of the DEI committee members. Last year, Robin Green and I wrote the proclamation for Jewish American Heritage Month. Councilmember Traceder agendized it, and the council voted in favor of it. Shortly afterwards, the mayor attempted to derail our celebration with the Jewish Community Center, the Jewish Federation, and the Greater Irvine Jewish community. She created confusion by inviting all of the same stakeholders to a second presentation held by her office alone. Not only that, she scheduled her event before ours in order to preempt it. When confronted, she submitted to collaborating with us on one condition, that it be held on Friday evening. As many of you know, it's customary for Jews to celebrate Shabbat with their families on Friday evening. Observant families especially are prohibited from travel and would not be able to attend. This ensured that the community being commemorated by this proclamation would be unable to celebrate. 1 year later, amidst extraordinarily troubling times for our community, the mayor resubmitted the very proclamation that we had written. Had we been contacted, we would have been happy to revise and add to it. We could have included previous language while adding 1 or 2 more clauses. I find it difficult to understand why the mayor would do such a thing, and I'm incredibly disappointed by her complete disregard for the Jewish community, as well as the individuals who wrote the proclamation. More than that, I find it very interesting that the proclamation is copied word for word, yet a single sentence was removed. It stated, whereas American Jews comprise 1% of the Orange County population and 2.2% of the city of Irvine. I would like to understand the rationale for the...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments.
And Vice Mayor, that is all the speakers.
Thank you very much. So at this point, is there a motion to, or do any council members, I should say, or board members, because we're still in the successor meeting as well, wish to remove any items on the respective consent calendars for separate discussion? Very well. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendars?
So moved.
Second.
The consent calendars have been moved and seconded. Would the clerk please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilmember Board Member Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Traceder.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor, Vice Chairman Agron.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
Excellent. All right, at this point, is there a motion to adjourn the special joint meeting with the successor agency?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Board Member Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Traceder.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor, Vice Chairman Agron.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
All right, so we are now reconvening the city council meeting at 7:30 p.m. And we move on to public hearings. Item 5.1 is our first public hearing. I'll now, why don't we have the clerk identify it by item? By subject.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Approval of the HUD 2024-25 Action Plan and funding recommendations.
I'll declare the public hearing now opened, and the clerk having read the title, let me just add at this point, those who are participating via Zoom who wish to speak on this item may now raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue. And with that announcement, we'll turn to our staff to introduce themselves, and please proceed with the staff report.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Agrin, City Council members. My name is Sarah Escobedo, Housing Analyst.
May I ask you to just tilt your screen down a little bit so I can see your face?
Yes.
A little more. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Escobedo, Housing Analyst in the City Manager's Office. With me tonight is our Housing Manager, Carrie Bullock, and via Zoom, the city's federal grant consultant, Frank Perez of MDG Associates. Staff is pleased to present for your consideration the city's annual Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership, Emergency Solutions Funding Recommendations, and the 2024-25 Action Plan. Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, Home Investment Partnerships, and Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG funds, come to the city as entitlement grants from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. CDBG is the principal federal program providing local governments with grants to improve the physical, economic, and social conditions in their communities for low and moderate income residents. HOME is the principal federal program providing local governments with grants for the preservation or creation of affordable housing for low and moderate income residents. ESG is one of several HUD programs targeted to address homelessness through prevention and rapid rehousing services. The city must follow specific requirements to remain eligible for the HUD grant programs. These requirements include conducting a public hearing and approving the annual action plan for program year 24-25. The city must submit the action plan to HUD by May 15th. HUD funding provides a variety of services that benefit low-income Irvine residents through activities such as the development of affordable housing, childcare services, rental and utility assistance. The action plan outlines the programs and services recommended by the Community Services Commission to be funded. The action plan also outlines the anticipated outcomes for each of these activities. The Community Services Commission process in making the funding recommendation included holding 3 public meetings, reviewing applications and hearing oral presentations from each applicant, and making funding recommendations to the City Council. The Community Service Commission recommendations to the Council are based on these allocation amounts. HUD released the city's allocation on May 8th. Therefore, at the time the staff report was prepared, the numbers were an estimate based on last year's allocation. An errata was prepared explaining the update. The total funding available through CDBG, HOME, and ESG for the upcoming program year is $4,768,829. This amount includes carryover CDBG and HOME funds, which are repaid or unused funds from the previously approved projects that are now available for new activities. The Commission recommended funding 12 out of 14 public service applications received. The information is also available as Attachment 1 to your staff report. The Commission reviewed 2 CDBG capital applications, which consisted of the city's own initiatives through project delivery and sustainability and the City Manager's Office. Both applications were recommended for funding. 4 ESG applications were received, and the Commission recommended funding to all 4 applications. The Commission reviewed 1 home capital project application from the City Manager's Office for residential rehabilitation. The remaining amount was fully allocated for future affordable housing development. The Commission's funding recommendations have been incorporated into the proposed 2024-25 Annual Action Plan in a required format to serve as the city's CDBG, HOME, and ESG application to HUD. The Council may consider accepting or modifying the Commission's recommendations. At the conclusion of tonight's public hearing, the City Council is requested to approve the items listed here by resolution, including authorizing submission of the 2024 Action Plan. This concludes our presentation. We are both available to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Excellent. So at this time, I'll ask my colleagues if they wish to comment on the presentation. My screen is not showing anything, so we're going to have to fly by instruments at this point. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. And you know, looking at these numbers and looking at Irvine and you know, where we're at, and I think it is not recognized often enough that there is a lot of need that exists in the city. And I think that this process really demonstrates that, the need that exists. And, you know, it's unfortunate that there was so much funding requested and, you know, we weren't really able to allocate, you know, all the funding. But I want to really understand, you know, are there any other pockets we can pull from, or, you know, what we can do to help address some of these needs? You know, like in looking at some of the lists for the CDBG grants, there's only one organization that, you know, provides any culturally competent assistance, which is OMED. And, you know, what can we do to provide more, I guess, is the quick question. Do we have any more funds remaining from other sources in order to help bridge the gap with some of these other organizations?
We don't have any funding available from other sources. The IRP grant process also provided funding to a variety of organizations that were different from the CDBG organizations. There was some overlap, but those were also provided. A $5 million grant program, actually, that is wrapping up next year. And in addition, the CDBG funding has requirements on income. So the programs that we receive applications for and that are vetted are really focused on the low and moderate income residents of Irvine. So that's how they're selected.
Okay, because, you know, we have the Irvine Children's Fund, for example, you know, and perhaps we may need to start looking at the impact we make and where we start, because I think oftentimes, you know, the problem is we have people from 0 to 100 that have needs, but I think if we can capture the youngest ones, when we can help fund programs, a lot of times and oftentimes that really is not about providing care for today, but it's about prevention in the future. And we know that, and data has shown us that the younger we can reach that sort of at that age range, that we can make the impact to that life is so much greater. So, you know, I know it's a hard job, so thank you very much. And I just wanted to put it out there because I think that I just don't think it's clear to those who are watching and listening the needs that are out there, and there's a certain perception that Irvine is very well-to-do, and I don't think many people recognize the fact that you know, we have 57,000 people receiving you know, Medi-Cal. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. Are there other requests? Let me just say a couple of things. I agree with Councilmember Kim. There's a lot of unmet human need out there, and these CDBG projects, these federally funded projects, these funds simply aren't in a sufficient amount to meet all that need. I do thank our staff, the Community Services Commission. In a way, it's a little bit of a thankless task. There's all this unmet need, certain number of dollars. Making the allocations is sometimes painful, but it's a worthwhile investment of your time and effort, and I just want to express appreciation for that. I think, without going too far out on a limb here, that we might want to revisit this question of additional funding that could come out of our general fund budget. I want to turn to our city manager. It would be appropriate, should the budget numbers suggest, would be appropriate for us on a one-time basis in connection with the budget to maybe identify some additional dollars that could be directed toward meeting that unmet human need. Not a lot, but enough maybe to make a real difference. And I can see a number of projects, so I assume that's procedurally not a problem for us at the time of the budget. Is that right, to raise that possibility?
Certainly.
Excellent. Well, maybe I'll work with Councilmember Kim, indeed with others, in that regard to see if we can identify some dollars in the budget to help. Having said that, again, thank you for the work done here. I think at this point we want to turn to the public to see if there are any public comments, public testimony to be offered. Do we have any requests for members of the public to speak, Mr. City Clerk?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have 3 requests to speak, 2 in person, 1 via Zoom.
Very well. Let's hear from the 2 in person.
Thank you. We'll call Sharon Wellickson, followed by Jing Sun.
As Ms. Wellickson comes forward, I just want to thank her for decades now of service to our community, initially as a resident, but even though you've moved elsewhere, maintained that commitment to the Irvine Children's Fund, and it's remarkable what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. You're 37. I started when I was 12. I just want to say on behalf of the Irvine Children's, I'd like to thank each of your community service representatives, commissioners, who worked really hard to spread this money thoughtfully and thoroughly to many of the nonprofits here in Irvine. And I know that each of you gave direction to them of what things were of interest to you. They were very thoughtful. The questions were good. It's critical. These child care funds are really critical to our Irvine families, as Tammy has said, and as Larry has said, and Mike and Kathleen. Nobody can go to work unless they have child care. And so here in Irvine, we're very fortunate that the city and the school district came together in 1984, when Larry A. Graham was also on city council, to make this a high priority for our schools. No other city or school district has come together to have a program like this, not only to oversee child care at 29 schools, but to provide child care funding for scholarships. So that's privately raised by us and also through these CDBG grants. I want to thank the city council members who provided funding through your community partnership grants. And I will be holding to each of you to be looking at the budget for next year, where we could really kind of address this fund in a little bit bigger way or in a matching way, like Irvine Adult Day Health Services. This city looks at both ends, as you said, 0 to 100, and this city does that. So I wanted to thank your commissioners for the hard work they put into making this possible, and I'm glad to see nobody's taking anything from anybody, or, you know, sometimes it gets a little controversial, but I'm very thankful for this.
Thank you very much for your public comments.
Jing Sun.
Welcome, welcome, Jing.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service.
Sure, appreciate it. Yeah. Good evening, and Honorable Vice Mayor Irvine and City Council members. I'm a resident for Irvine for 10 years, and also the chair of the Irvine Community Service Commission. And I come here tonight to comment on this item 5.1, the approval of the HUD 2024 to 2025 action plan and funding recommendations. I just want to say that, you know, from January through April, my fellow commissioners and I have been really, you know, working very intelligently on this the project. So really understanding the hard requirement, the timeline, and also the funds available, especially the needs from each different nonprofit organizations. Been reading a lot of documentation, going through a lot of presentations, and especially a lot of commissioners have been to the field to really see the true needs of those organizations, especially those the first-time applicants. And I also want to express appreciation for the Director Salama and his staff and consultants. Without their efforts, we just cannot complete this achievement. So that has brought me in 2 points. The first one is that, you know, we do have achieved the goal, but I think that we'll make a decision in the hard way because we don't feel we have enough money, enough funds. So we have always had balancing the funds to make sure we can reach more applicants. So that's why I agree with the Vice Mayor Irvine and the Councilmember Kim. So that means in the future, if we can really get some money and from the general fund to help those organizations, that'd be great. But also that will require more complex process for us to kind of monitor and understand the true needs of each organizations. And the second thing I want to mention that, you know, this decision, even is hard, but it's unanimous decisions from all council members. So that's why I come here to really, you know, recommend our city council to approve this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. We'll now turn to those who are participating via Zoom. As I understand it, we have one speaker. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our speaker is M. M, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, my name's Tiffany. I'm an Irvine mom in the Woodbury community. I wanted to say I think it's great, a lot of this funding. I have other single parent friends that have used some of the childcare resources. I would like to see us, if in the future, increase the rapid rehousing funds. I've lost several single parent friends the last couple of years due to having to move out of Irvine because they just couldn't afford it, even though they had been longtime members in the community. So that, and then I did notice when reading that there are some funds with the CHDO funds that haven't been distributed in the last 8 years. So it just looks like it gets earmarked every year, and hopefully we can find a way to make these funds be put to use for our community. And moving forward, as we start to meet the state's requirement for additional housing, I'd love to hear more about how we can use our funding to complement meeting those requirements. Thank you all for what you do and trying to find solutions for families in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments.
And that is all, Vice Mayor.
If that concludes our speakers, our public testimony, unless council members have further comment at this time, I'd welcome a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Treseder and seconded by Councilmember Kim to close the public hearing. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Irvine.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
All right, I think there's been no request for further discussion. I think we can have a roll call vote on the item, which is a resolution, so it does not require reading.
Correct, but just for clarity of the record.
I'll move the recommended item.
Second.
Well, just so the clerk and the city attorney can do their jobs, apparently, we will have a reading of the resolution. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not that. I just wanted to, for clarity of the record, there's an amended resolution via errata before you, and I just want to make sure that the motion is to approve that amended resolution.
Well, I'm sure that's what Councilmembers Kim and Treceder intended.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, we'll call the roll.
I'm sorry, and one more thing. Did I get a first and a second on the reso? And I apologize if I missed that.
I made the motion and Councilmember Treceder seconded it.
Thank you. Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
That item having been successfully concluded, we'll now turn to item 5.2. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject?
Zone change amending the sign ordinance to allow the permanent digital display of off-premises advertising on the existing Irvine Auto Center electronic freeway sign located at 30 Auto Center Drive in Planning Area 35, Irvine Spectrum 2.
Very well. I'll declare the public hearing open, and the title having been read, let me provide the instruction. Those participating via Zoom who wish to speak on this item may now at this time raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue, and we will now turn to appropriate staff to introduce themselves and proceed with the staff report.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Agron. My name is Eric Martin, and fellow council members, I apologize. My name is Eric Martin, and I am an associate planner with the Community Development Department, and I'm joined here with the Community Development Director, Stephanie Frady, and tonight I'll be presenting the next agenda item on the public hearing agenda. And this item is a zone change request submitted by the Irvine Auto Center to allow the permanent digital display of off-premises advertising on their existing electronic freeway sign. And this request would amend the sign regulations within the zoning ordinance to allow this to occur. This is an aerial view of the project site with the boundary of the Auto Center outlined in red. The center sits generally between the 5 freeway on its west boundary and Rockfield Boulevard on its east boundary. Circled in yellow is the location of the electronic LED sign, which is installed on Auto Center Drive near the Norm Reeves Volkswagen dealership. Here's an image of the Auto Center sign facing north on Auto Center Drive. The sign measures 75 feet in height and provides a maximum of 1,100 square feet of sign face. In terms of the sign's history, the electronic freeway sign was originally approved by the City Council in 1993 and codified as sign type 26. At that time, the sign was only allowed to display messages pertaining to Auto Center information, public service messages, and Caltrans information. In 2010, the sign was then remodeled. Then in 2014, the association began selling airtime to off-site businesses, which directly conflicted with the code and initiated code enforcement action, which then led to the filing of a zone change request application in 2016. Then in 2018, the City Council approved a zone change to establish a 3-year pilot program allowing the limited off-premises advertising on that sign. And this program allowed for the off-premises advertising for up to 25% of the total time on the electronic LED digital display with the approval of a temporary sign permit. Since the city was then unable to obtain consistent and reliable data from this initial program due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the association requested an extension of the program, and in 2021, the City Council approved that extension for 3 years with a study session after 2 years to determine the appropriateness of the permanency of that program. A study session was then held in September of 2023 with the Planning Commission to evaluate the results of the program, and the Commission concurred with the association, acknowledging positive contributions to tax revenue in Irvine's economy. The Commission also recommended that the Auto Center work with staff to submit a zone change application that was formally considered by the Commission again in 2024 in March. At that most recent hearing, the Planning Commission recommended City Council approval of the request, which is what led us to this point tonight. In terms of program implementation, it first begins with the auto center selling advertising to off-premises businesses. That revenue is then used to purchase advertising in television, print, radio shows, and social media. The association has expressed this has led to an increase in sales in the city of Irvine, thereby improving sales tax revenue and job opportunities for people in fields related to advertising, vehicle sales, repair, or other retail fields. Attachment 2 for this item provides vehicle sales data, and representatives from the Irvine Auto Center Association are available to advise further on how that data translate to an overall success of the pilot program. Here are examples of off-site advertisements that have been shown on the sign. On the top left, you have CBSN LA, you have Memorial Care on the top right, and then on the bottom right, you have Great Park Neighborhoods. In terms of what the zoning ordinance currently allows, which is active through March of 2024, Sign Code Section 7-2-3A exempts sign type 26 from the prohibition of off-premises advertising. Sign Code Section 7-3-1B then allows off-premises advertising up to 25% of the total time, provided that each advertisement be displayed for a minimum of 4 seconds and utilize instant transitions between the imagery. In addition, 10% of the sign time will be reserved for the City of Irvine usage. For this proposed sign ordinance amendment tonight, if approved, the zone change request would result in revisions specific to sign type 26A, which includes the language regarding the allowance of the sign to display off-premises advertising for 25% of the total time, as well as the reservation of up to 10% of the total time for public service messages, and it would also delete the 3-year pilot program provision. In summary, data provided by the applicant indicates the auto center has spurred beneficial economic activity in the city of Irvine in the form of sales tax, which is a direct result of their practice of generating revenue from selling advertising opportunities to off-premises business interests. The electronic freeway sign has operated safely and in compliance with the provisions of the pilot program thus far. And the sign is a valuable resource to the community as its use of displaying public notices and service messages fosters greater civic engagement by providing residents with timely and accessible information regarding important community matters. With that, staff's recommendation is to adopt an ordinance approving the zone change to amend the general regulations for signs requiring a sign permit within the zoning ordinance to allow the display of the off-premises advertising on the existing electronic freeway sign for the Irvine Auto Center. This concludes my presentation. The applicant, as well as myself and my colleagues, are available for any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask my colleagues if they wish to comment at this time. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you. And thank you for this overview. I remember when we first discussed this, I'm glad to see that the pilot has worked out, that it's been successful. You know, for me personally, I am a fan of electronic billboards. So I think having one is, you know, right on the freeway is really display that engages audience, and it's visually captivating. I think it is really, you know, something that fosters innovation and excitement. And because we don't have very many in Irvine, I think that's why this one really stands out in a really forward-thinking way. And, you know, I hope we can, I'm going to support this. I think it's a good way to promote city programs, city resources, as well as generating revenue for the city. So I plan to support this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. Let me just direct a question or two. I just want to understand, first of all, how much revenue does it generate, or is that somehow proprietary information?
We can forward that question to the applicant, excuse me. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Agron and council members. Thank you to all of you for considering this, as well as the city staff. They've been fantastic to work with on this. As far as your question.
Your name?
Excuse me, John Sackerson with the Orange County Automobile Dealers Association.
Excellent.
Here with
Welcome. Good to have you here.
Thank you. I'm also joined by the president of the Irvine Auto Center, Ron Campbell, and their manager, Emily Benedict. And the revenue generated each month is about $44,000. What's unique is this has become the nexus for the dealers to also match that money. And that turn, they match it with about $45,000. So there's almost $90,000 a month that is generated because of this pilot program and this potential zone change. Over $1 million, and I think 57 million impressions are generated to drive traffic to the Irvine Auto Center without
And
those
that's
funds.
with 25%
Correct.
allocation of,
And 10% for the city.
and 10% for the city on top of the 25%. So that is made available to the city without charge.
Absolutely.
And that's for special events that we're having, great
Events.
park events, whatever.
Events, there's also recruiting for, I think there's some police recruiting efforts. There's community events, whatever it is that the city requests, we give them 10% of the time.
All right. Well, I concur with Councilmember Kim that this appears to be a successful pilot effort, and extending it seems to me to make a lot of sense. I want to thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, then I think we'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember. Did I do something wrong? There's a lot of.
Just for the record, Vice Mayor, there's no request to speak.
There's no what?
No request to speak from the public.
Oh, I overlooked outside speakers. Thank you for reminding me. I told you if I go a ride, just jump right in. Thank you. So with the motion, I think it was by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Kim to close the public hearing, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
With that, last chance, any comments? We need a motion.
I will move this item, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of, right? Okay. City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 00916605 PZC to amend section 7-3-1, general regulation sign requiring a sign permit of the Irvine zoning ordinance to allow the display of off-premises advertising on an existing electronic freeway sign for the Irvine Auto Center located at 30 Auto Center Drive in Planning Area 35, Irvine Spectrum 2, filed by Emily Benedict on behalf of the Auto Center Community Association.
I'll second the motion. So the motion to introduce the ordinance and read it, offered by Councilmember Kim, seconded by me, is now before us. Any discussion? There being none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
Thank you. That concludes that item. So now we move on to, thank you to staff. We appreciate your presentation. Item 5.3. Will the, item 5.3, I'll declare the public hearing open. With that, will the clerk please read the title of the item?
Municipal Code and Zoning Ordinance Technical Update.
Excellent. Those participating via Zoom who wish to speak on this item may now raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue. And with that instruction, we'll have appropriate staff introduce themselves now and proceed with their staff report on item 5.3.
Thank you and good evening, members of the City Council. I am Tiffany Lynn, a senior planner with the Community Development Department. I am joined by Principal Planner Alyssa Matthews. And the item before you this evening is a citywide municipal code and zoning ordinance technical update. This update typically occurs on an annual basis and aims to streamline existing procedures, address inconsistencies within the code and with current practice, and to ensure compliance with state law where applicable. The current update proposes a number of items that are listed in this slide, and in the following slides, I'll be going over each of the changes in more detail. The first updates I'll be going over are updates to the zoning ordinance. The first of these updates proposes changes to the definitions chapter of the code and would update the parking structure, valet parking, and kitchen definitions. The update to the parking structure definition would include a sentence indicating that the square footage does not count towards the gross square footage of non-residential project sites, which is consistent with current practice. The valet parking definition is proposed to be updated to remove reference to a valet parking permit, which is a permit type that the city does not process. Lastly, the kitchen definition is proposed to be updated to provide for a more comprehensive definition that allows city staff to better determine what constitutes a kitchen facility. The updated kitchen definition also facilitates the removal of the existing wet bar definition, since the updated kitchen definition provides for specific criteria for kitchens. The next item proposes to remove Chapter 2-33, which regulates time-restricted parking. Time-restricted parking was adopted as part of the original zoning ordinance in the 70s and is not something that the city has regulated over the years. The removal of this chapter would provide for a more accurate zoning ordinance that reflects the application types that the city does process. The second item listed here is a clarification item and would update the review procedure matrix for wireless communication facilities to address an empty gap that was created by the small cell ordinance that was adopted by City Council in 2019 that removed Class 3 wireless facilities from this table. The current update would simply fill the existing gap with the word reserved to avoid any confusion as to whether there is anything missing from this table. The next two items are also clarification items, and the first one listed here proposes to update the landscaping section of the code to ensure that the list of allowable landscape materials is consistent across the zoning ordinance. The second clarification item would update the legal nonconforming setback section of the code to provide clarification and distinction between legal nonconforming setbacks that apply to residential versus non-residential sites. The next item proposes updating both the development standards and the land use matrix to include administrative office uses as an allowable use within the 5.2 IBC industrial zoning district. Administrative office uses have historically been permitted within the zone, and it is a land use that is compatible within this area. The following item proposes changes to several sections of the zoning ordinance to replace existing obsolete city bike parking standards with those of Cal Green, which is a state requirement that the city currently complies with. In February of this year, city staff brought forward a presentation to the Plan Commission where discussion related to the community's bike parking needs occurred. Consistent with the direction that was provided at that hearing, the current proposal would only replace city standards with those of Cal Green, and in fall of this year, city staff will return with a more robust set of bike parking standards. The final zoning ordinance item proposes an update to the parking section of the code to include an additional situation that allows for administrative relief to be granted for parking deviation. This additional situation would allow applicants that provide a parking study that demonstrates that the proposed use generates a lesser parking need than the city code to file for administrative relief. Lastly, one update is proposed to the municipal code to require original certificates to be provided by massage establishment licensees and for wash basins to be provided for patrons, both of which are changes that are necessitated by state law requirements. This update was presented to the Planning Commission on March 21st, and the Commission unanimously adopted a resolution recommending City Council approval of the annual ordinance update. In summary, the proposed changes provide for a more complete and accurate municipal code and zoning ordinance. Therefore, staff does recommend the City Council adopt the attached ordinance approving the technical update. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? There being none, let me just kind of state what I understand to be the obvious, that this ordinance contains non-controversial, technical, and procedural changes and clarifications. Is that a fair summary?
That's correct.
So we shouldn't spend an hour or two on it? Okay, thank you. With that, I'll turn to our clerk. Are there any public commenters, people in the queue?
No, Vice Mayor.
There being no public comments that will be offered, at this point, a motion to close the public hearing is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Kim to close the public hearing. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
With the closing of the public hearing, unless there are any further comments, it's time to entertain a motion. You're a good reader. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. We'll move and introduce for first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 00. Is this? Okay, 00921803 PZC to amend the municipal code and zoning ordinance by providing new and revised municipal code and zoning provisions related to zoning ordinance chapters 1-2 definitions, chapter 2-33 time restricted parking procedures, chapters 2-37.5 wireless communication facility permits, chapter 3-3 land use matrix, chapter 3-15 landscaping standards, chapter 3-27 setback standards, chapter 3-37 zoning district land use regulations and development standards, chapter 4-3 automobile, motorcycle, handicap, bicycle off-street parking requirements, chapter 4-4 design standards, and chapter 4-6 deviation from requirements in municipal code, chapter 3 message establishments and technicians, etc.
Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Absent any further discussion, we'll simply have a roll call vote on the motion.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
Thank you. Thanks to staff. We appreciate your work. We move now to item 5.4. This is a public hearing item. I'll now declare the public hearing to be open. Will the clerk please read the title of the item?
General Plan Amendment, Zone Change, and Development Agreement for Residential Development in Planning Area 39, Los Olivos.
All right, the obligatory announcement, those participating via Zoom who wish to speak on this item, now would be the appropriate time to raise your hand electronically to enter the speaker queue. And with that, I'll turn to appropriate staff to introduce themselves and proceed with the staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor Agron and members of the City Council. My name is Ann Wu, Principal Planner with the Community Development Department, and with me is Stephanie Frady, Community Development Director. The item before you tonight is a proposed project filed by the Irvine Company to allow for additional residential units to be located in Planning Area 39, Los Olivos. Planning Area 39 is situated in the southeasterly portion of the city near the Irvine Spectrum Center. The planning area encompasses almost 400 acres of land comprised of 144 acres of open space preservation and 252 acres of residential development. The site that is outlined in red on the map is a vacant lot that encompasses approximately 10.6 gross acres, which is referred to as Lot 10. The site that's outlined in yellow on the map is approximately 17 acres and is referred to as Lot 13. The applications for the development of Lot 13 will be presented to the Planning Commission at a later date. In regards to history of the site, Lot 10 was initially reserved for a potential future elementary school site by the Irvine Unified School District. But in November of 2022, the IUSD School Board determined that school needs for this area would be met by existing facilities and released the site back to the developer. On March of 2023, the City Council approved the MOU associated with future residential development of 4,500 housing units. The City Council conducted a scoping session for the general plan amendment application that was filed by the Irvine Company back in June of 2023. The subject site is the third of the 6 sites included in the MOU to come up for entitlement, and it is being evaluated for development of residential apartment units. Submitted applications include general plan amendment and zone change and development agreement. The application proposes to allow the addition of 670 units within the medium-high density residential category of the general plan land use element and zoning district of PA 39. Separate applications are also being processed to allow 85 detached condos on the separate lot within PA 39. The general plan land use element table A1 assigns maximum intensity caps to land use categories within each planning area. The applicant proposes to amend table A to allow an additional 670 units to the medium-high density residential area in planning area 39. New housing units remain consistent with applicable general plan elements and policies such as open space, transportation, and recreation. General plan goals of maintaining balanced and harmonious land use patterns continue to be met. Adequate public infrastructure will also be provided to serve new dwelling units. The zone change proposes to revise the PA 39 zoning map and the zoning district for Lot 10 and Lot 13 from 2.4 medium-high density residential to 2.4H medium-high density residential, along with the addition of 670 dwelling units in the zoning district. The application also includes additional development standards applicable to residential development. Overall, the proposed residential project will not be the first multifamily residential complex in the area with adequate public infrastructure that already exists. The City Council approved MOU establishes overall framework to address proposed residential density at 6 sites, including this project site. As part of the process, Irvine Company proposes a development agreement to lock in vested development rights. Consistent with policies found in the city's general plan and the terms of the MOU, the proposed DA will result in providing additional affordable housing opportunities in Planning Area 39, include public benefit funding of $14,500 per unit that will be used by the city for enhancements to existing parks, trails, bridges, and affordable housing. And finally, the term of that development agreement will be for 15 years. In regards to affordable housing, as part of the MOU, staff and City Council Subcommittee negotiated with Irvine Company to establish an affordable housing framework. The table shown on the slide summarizes the current inclusionary housing ordinance requirements for affordability and the approved MOU terms. Several provisions that supersede the existing affordable housing provisions of the zoning ordinance includes increasing the term of affordability for new affordable units from 30 years to a minimum of 75 years. The MOU also requires that 29.1% of the project will be affordable versus 15% as the city requirement.
You can see in the last column to the right the total number of units for this project that will be affordable, ranging from very low to moderate, that will be either on or off-site. The proposed project includes 74 new on-site affordable units at very low and moderate income for 75-year periods. In 2006, the City Council certified an EIR and approved to allocate a maximum of 3,700 dwelling units within PA 39. An addendum was prepared for this project to address potential environmental impacts from an addition of 670 residential units into PA 39. The addendum concluded that no new significant impacts would result from the development above what was previously analyzed in the previous EIR, nor are there any substantial increases in the severity of environmental impacts identified in the previous environmental documentation. Mitigation measures from the 2006 EIR continue to be feasible and would be adequately addressed through the project impacts. In regards to public outreach, a public hearing notice was posted at the project site, designated city bulletin boards, and mailed to all property owners and apartment occupants within 500 feet of the project site on April 25th, 2024. And this notice was also published in the Irvine World News on April 25th. And ever since the notice was mailed out, staff has received several correspondence from residents and organizations within the city that are all in support of the proposed project. Copies of the public correspondence are provided on the dais for your consideration. On March 27th, the Subdivision Committee approved a tentative parcel map to subdivide Lot 10 into 2 numbered lots for future residential development of up to 585 apartment units. On April 2nd, the Transportation Commission reviewed and determined that the traffic study is consistent with the city's adopted performance criteria, the thresholds of significance, and general plan standards. And finally, on April 18th, the Planning Commission reviewed and recommended City Council approval of the General Plan Amendment, Zone Change, and Development Agreement. Furthermore, the Planning Commission approved the associated master plan for the 585-unit residential development on Lot 10. Now, with that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the ordinances and resolution approving the General Plan Amendment, Zone Change, and Development Agreement for the residential development in Planning Area 39. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that staff presentation. Are there any council comments or questions at this time of the presenters? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you so much. I am really excited about this project. Clearly, you know, upon taking office, as we've talked about before, and this is part of the existing MOU, I met with Irvine Company and I articulated a highly ambitious housing vision that really underscored the significance of innovation and reimagining the existing paradigm. And seeing that we were able to achieve 29% affordability is honestly, in my time being an elected representative for the city of Irvine, it's something that I'm most proud of, because these are housing for our teachers, our healthcare lab technicians, our firefighters, our police officers, in addition to our adult children who are grappling with a housing emergency today. And when we approve this MOU of 4,500 housing units to cover the 6 sites from Irvine Marketplace to the Spectrum area, on March 14th, 2023, and I will remember vividly the next day calling Jeff Davis and saying, Jeff, what we've done is great, but I want to put this on your radar because I think we can do more. Because owning a home is critical for wealth creation. It is critical to provide a pathway to financial stability. And facilitating intergenerational wealth. And so I challenged him and the Irvine company by once again tasking him with something, which was, please help us come up with financially obtainable for sale opportunities. And so it was not emphasized here, but I want to make this point that there are now going to be 85. So of the 670 units, 85 will be for sale opportunities. This is, this is critical, and this is transformative for families who will be able to begin wealth creation. So I'm excited about that, but I do have a question that I need to ask. I don't know if, Mr. Davis, are you able to come to the podium? Because I do have a really important question that I know I'm asking you for difficult things, and I'm glad to see that you're doing your best to deliver. But when we talk about for sale opportunities, I want to make this really clear, because I feel very passionately about this, is that when we talk about financially obtainable for sale opportunities, what I don't want is I don't want it to be snatched up by investors. And that is that is the one concern that I have. So will you make the best effort in your sales agreements to put in whichever way you can, to the extent of which you can, that these new homes will be occupied by owners? What can you do to assure me this so we can feel good about what we're doing here? Because it's one thing to build and have these for sale opportunities. It's another thing, though, to ensure that the people that it was intended for have the opportunity to purchase.
Caught me a little bit off guard.
Okay,
and out of sequence as far
Burning
as the presentation.
questions.
But for Vice Mayor Agrin, members of the council, Jeff Davis on behalf of the Irvine Company, with respect to the for sale component of this program, it is something that we were drawn to and we're looking specifically to address. It's a new product for us. We're actually going to be a different square footage. It's about a 1,200 to 1,700 square foot floor plan. So it's a little bit smaller from a square footage, therefore just in the marketplace, more attainable. And relative to delivery to Irvine residents as well as Irvine employees, I think you all were maybe forwarded a copy of some of our support materials from 75 or so community members and business leaders supporting of this program. And we've begun an opportunity where we'd reach out to, I've heard it called, fill in the blank city first, but it's kind of an Irvine first approach where we reach out early to employers and Irvine residents for an opportunity to purchase in this new community. And as a part of that early opportunity, we have looked at and are considering, they're hard to regulate in some cases, but if it's an early opportunity, we think there's an opportunity for us to have conversation with our purchase agreements to encourage that residents would be resident occupied as opposed to just investor occupied, at least at the first pass. And then if those folks didn't show up, then we'd go to the more typical purchase agreement. But we do have a program that we've been kicking around in place, and it was directly in response to comments like Councilmember Kim's, as well as from the communities and the business leaders that we've heard, that it is important to have that first-time home buyer opportunity in the professional areas that we're building these homes.
Thank you. But thank you for rising yet again to the call to action that I had.
Thank you. Why don't you stay put for a moment, Councilmember Carroll.
Oh, thank you. And thank you, Irvine Company, for rising to Tammy Kim's vision for Irvine. I'm a council member too. I got a couple of questions before I vote. what's going on with the school site, staff? I'd like to know. Because it appears to me that there's a school site need over there. And I've heard from a lot of people in the community about that. And that's not necessarily Irvine Company's issue, but that may be this body's issue. And that may be the issue of the Irvine Unified School District. And their numbers crunchers, John Fogarty, people I know very, very well, and people in this room know why. So I'd like to understand what happened exactly with regard to the school site that existed there.
Sure.
That is now no more.
Sure. Thank
But
you.
Tammy's happy. But you tell me why there's no school there.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. The IUSD had a reservation for a school site on Lot 10. In evaluating their student needs and population for the area, they determined that they no longer needed that reservation for a new elementary school, and they released the reservation back to the property owner.
Well, Irvine Unified School District also determined that they didn't need buses, and we funded buses, right, City Manager, isn't that? Didn't the City of Irvine use tax dollars to pay for buses for IUSD that couldn't bus kids?
We are currently funding a pilot school bus program for University High School.
So we're picking up where IUSD left off. So I guess my question is, with regard to IUSD, how much have we really run that down? Is it kind of, is that their thing? Are we just going to say, okay, IUSD is just going to leave the kids over there to jump into buses and go to Alderwood? How does that work? How do the kids over there go to school?
The school generation rates created by this project did not rise to the level of requiring a new school. So yes, they're going to be assigned to other schools in the area.
How long did they generate for? Because we're approving housing tonight, potentially. I mean, they're all going to vote for it. So if we approve it tonight, the schools, how do the kids, does the generation go out 10 years, or how long does it get estimated for?
In terms of the school generation rates, I'm not certain the methodology, how far into the future it projects. What I am certain of, in discussions with the school district, they've looked at the existing development, the Los Olivos areas, looked at the student generation from the existing housing-related operations, and determined that there's not the need or demand in that particular area for an additional school. That's why they did release the hold back to the property owner that facilitated this project.
So where are those kids zoned for? Where are they zoned for school?
Yeah, if I might, they would go to, the elementary school would go to Alderwood. And I actually have some more background if you'd be interested in kind of how we long-term looked at this, because the agreement for the reservation of the site was in 2006, at which time we reserved a site as part of a mitigation agreement we have with the district. There were two sites that were reserved, one in Portola Springs and one in the Los Olivos community. At the time, the district was monitoring and tracking the type of development, and as we went through our programs there, monitored the student demand for each of the programs as we went through that process. In 2016, we extended that extension for 4 years, and in 2022, the district, as you heard, started to take a look at this program, and then in 23, we had our MOU. So it was a long process to go through that. And I can also tell you that over time, for example, the capacity at Alderwood Elementary is 908 students. In 2016, the enrollment was 850 kids. In 2019, the enrollment was 825, so 25 left. And the 2022 enrollment is 812. And that includes the addition of 1,700 units in the Los Olivos community in that time frame, as well as that school taking on a pre-K student population. So while that student population was growing, the development in the area was growing, the enrollment was declining. Excuse me. And the district, as it started to take a look at those facts in terms of the area, concluded that those existing facilities with the capacity would be able to accommodate the students that would be generated from the balance of this community, and that's why they made the decision. So it was a long-term process. It was more than 10 years in the making, and they do look out forward years. Ordinarily, to open a new school, they'd want another 500 to 700 students. And as they started to project where the demand was coming from this community, they were not going to have that as part of the demand for a new school to acquire the site, which they would have to purchase, as well as build it. So another $150 or $180 million investment for a school that wouldn't be fully occupied. So that's really the history, and that was the determination that they made in November.
Yeah.
But it started about 10 years ago as part of that long-term planning process.
No, yeah,
Councilmember Carroll, your time is up.
I appreciate it.
Why don't you go ahead?
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Vice. I appreciate that, Jeff. So I guess I need to understand, and if you want to keep going, or we can have staff do it. I just want to understand so if you know, so my kids went to Vista Verde K-8. So, but they were zoned for Bonita Canyon, and they could have walked there. We moved into our house for Bonita Canyon. So I live in Los Olivos, and my kids are in 3rd grade and 6th grade, let's just say. They get on a bus and they go to Alderwood. So that bus, what's the route that bus takes?
Currently, there is not bus service from Los Olivos to Alderwood.
So how do I drive the kids there? I don't want to put you on the spot. I mean, I can conjecture what I think it is, but I think you get on the 405, multi-lane, 10-lane freeway.
Or come out through onto Bake Parkway, Lake Forest, and come across that way to cross into Quail Hill.
Yeah, you could cross over, go over.
Sure.
But it's a bit, it feels, and I guess I'm the only one up here, but it feels a bit tortured for me to be a parent in Los Olivos, taking your kid in that area over to Alderwood. Doesn't feel like it works for Los Olivos. Doesn't feel like it works for the village of Quail Hill. But hey, I'm just one up here. So I appreciate the comments, and I'll just reserve the balance, and let's hear what everybody else has to say. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Any other comments at this time? Discussion at this time? Oh,
I just,
Councilmember Kim.
and I just respectfully want to make a comment. This vision for housing it's not for me. This is really about supporting our residents, our working families, and that given that we're a job and an economic hub, it's essential that we prioritize creating housing opportunities to meet the needs of our workforce. And so that's really what this is about. So I look forward to supporting this project. Thank you.
Let me just take a moment. The materials we received on this project are so voluminous. I needed help loading them into the car to bring them in tonight. And I'll confess I didn't read all, but I did read some. And I want to go back to this question of transportation. If kids are going to have to travel long distance to school, we definitely want to avoid this, as Councilmember Carroll says, this torture inflicted on parents to spend a half hour in the morning driving their kids to school and then a half hour in the afternoon because we don't have a school bus transportation system that used to be offered as a part of a free public education in the state of California. After Prop 13, that all went goodbye. And now we have the situation that we have, the massive number of vehicle miles logged. So what this tells me is that we need to get serious about transit. And in the case of school children, it's school bus transportation. So the experience that we're having now with Quail Hill, the pilot project, which presumably will be extended, and hopefully there'll be further work done to extend the availability of school bus transportation for kids who have to be transported a long distance to school. I sure would like the company to get on board with some of this. So I was reading this, what was this? Addendum to Planning Area 1833, yada, yada. PA 39, lots 10 and 13 residential project. This huge document. So on page 304, I'm not even sure what I'm reading, but there's a reference to OCTA coordination. OCTA coordination. Section 9-39-7 and note 15 here. OCTA coordination prior to approval of residential subdivision map within PA 39, the need for future bus stop locations along Irvine Center Drive, Bake Parkway, and Lake Forest Drive will be coordinated with the Orange County Transportation Agency. I mean, we're talking about bus stops instead of transit. And it just seems to me to make the vision for more affordable housing, to make it work in this planned community, we also have to have a vision for transit. And I don't see anything that's a part of this proposal that begins to tackle that. Am I overlooking something?
As Jeff is coming up, Vice Mayor Agron, on the transit front, what I offer for council consideration, the Irvine Company, the school district, the city, we've had a couple of high-level planning meetings related to the development of a broader transportation system for the Los Olivos area, the Spectrum area, and more broadly across the city. It's an engagement that the Irvine Company has taken a tremendous interest in. We've had multiple discussions with Jeff and other representatives at the Irvine Company on how we plan for this expanded transportation system. And there's a working session, a working group right now dedicated specifically looking at that subsection of transportation for school-related transport. A group between the city, the school district, the Irvine Company is part of that conversation. We're trying to identify at scale, how can we identify a broader community-wide transportation program that would serve the needs of parents, students, and school transport. So,
well, that's encouraging. I was unaware that the
Vice Mayor,
Irvine
your
Company.
time is up.
Well, in addition,
one second. I was just unaware that the Irvine Company was part of that discussion as well, so that if real material resources emerge, and we're all partners in this, we can possibly make some progress. With that, I'll turn to Mr. Davis.
I was just going to add to the city manager's comment. We've reached out, for example, to Spectrum Motion as well. It's a transit management operation that's in the Spectrum area, wherein the office landowners as well as the residential landowners, so the Irvine Company in large measure contribute on an annual basis into Spectrum Motion, and there are funds we suggested to Spectrum Motion that might be able to be redirected toward transportation systems such as we're talking about here. So that was part of the equation that we were going to enter into in addition to the discussions with the school district and the city. In terms of the long-term planning that goes along with this, you know, the route from Los Olivos, agreed, you have to drive. It's not a half an hour. It's a relatively short distance. But I think the idea of us getting to a broader paradigm and changing those opportunities for people are what we're talking about with Spectrum Motion and the city, kind of on a bigger picture agenda.
Well, is it a short distance if you're going to? You're talking about the elementary school.
The elementary school only, correct. Elementary, I don't recall off the top of my head what the.
It's not a short distance to the high school.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's further to the high schools. The student generation rates in the high school generation is small right now. I mean, it's mostly elementary school age children that are the focus, and that's why I was referring to that particular cohort. So there are obviously high school kids as well, but predominantly elementary school.
Okay. Anything further? At this time, Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Councilmember Treceder.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate this proposal and the discussion of the busing. I have also heard from parents who would very much like to have schools within walking distance or barring that busing. And I know that IUSD would want to have input onto this plan, and it is central to them. I do remember a few months ago, the council directed staff to meet with IUSD. Oh, also our subcommittee, the mayor and Councilmember Kim, yes, to meet with the IUSD board and staff to talk about busing and to talk about just a general study where we might need it in the city and what sort of funds could be allocated. Could that include this topic here?
Yeah, absolutely. There was the initial city school district liaison meeting where transportation discussions related to school busing occurred. Subsequent to that, there's been a smaller group of school district staff, city staff that have been working on a more specific plan. We can certainly look at the Los Olivos area more closely. The feedback from the school district has been consistently that the student generation rate in Los Olivos is significantly lower by several orders of magnitude than other areas of town. And to Jeff's point, as it relates to the student generation population, they have not seen a growth in the student demand that would necessitate the investment of building out a school, which is why they released the site that's up for consideration this evening. But certainly, moving forward, we'll talk to the city staff about embedding this particular area into the larger study.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you. While it's understandable that concerns about commuting distances from schools may arise, I think it's important that we consider the broader impact of housing by providing more housing opportunities within our city to support the well-being of our workforce, which includes ensuring that individuals have access to homes near their places of employment. And I think this is really the key, reducing their overall commute times as well. And I believe that many of the product types for what's being offered is, may or may not be conducive to people with many, many children. So I think that's something to think about. I certainly do want to continue to explore the idea of commuting in schools and how many students will actually be garnered from this product type. But I want to make sure that we're not putting the good in front of the perfect or perfect in front of the good. And making sure that we are sort of looking at this more holistically to ensure that we provide access to our, working people and young professionals and our grown children who want to come back to Irvine. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of comments. No, it feels to me, I don't know if we're putting the perfect in front of the good as much as we're pitting new units against existing families with young children driving 35 to 40 minutes to an elementary school who don't have a bus. And also, these same units that we are looking to approve will generate young families at affordability levels that will have children. Those children will need to go to school. I'm not the expert to know whether the size and the breadth, and I'm sure there's someone a lot wiser than me, and I named the person. He does all the number crunching, the CFO of IUSD, which, it would be great if we had him here to talk to it. but it seems to put a number of families into an interesting mode. And I would mention that this bears some semblance, although I'm reluctant to talk about as a pure analogy, because we're talking about retail shopping, and I don't mean to do it that way, but just to give a loose analogy, because we're talking about bringing children to school and making friends nearby, and the concept of neighborhood schooling, which appears that may be going out the window with this council. The idea that, for example, the Great Park residents for so many years, and still to this day, have to drive over to Woodbury Village Shopping Center, and that Starbucks, and that dry cleaner, and that Jalapenos Mexican restaurant, and that Home Depot, and I forgot the name of the supermarket there, but that one too. And the problem that also occurs is the problem of the fact that the people that were given that took their hands and grabbed onto the dream of living in the village of Woodbury get impacted by all the Great Park residents that need to come over there, because their dream, their village, everything that was set up for them was a mirage. And to this day is a mirage, because no one in the Great Park can walk over to a neighborhood village center or drive a very short distance. They have to go to Woodbury. They have an impacted experience. The people that live in Woodbury for 10, 15 years, they have an impacted experience. So let's just hear what the public has to say and vote.
All right, let's move on to public testimony. City Clerk, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have 9 requests to speak, 5 in person, 4 via Zoom.
Let's begin with the in-person speakers. So with 9, each gets 3 minutes.
Correct. We'll start with Susan Sayer, followed by Dana C., Gil Nelson, and Christina.
Good evening again. My name's Susan Sayer. I've long been an Irvine resident. I'm a passionate supporter of lower-income affordable housing, which has been designed to be both ADA accessible and ADA adaptable, both with units that have long-term affordability terms. Affordable housing should be available for all people living and working in Irvine. Irvine needs to have give higher priority to meeting the needs of our rapidly growing senior community. I am very pleased that the proposed development plan includes affordable housing, and that the affordability terms have been extended to up to 75 years. However, I am requesting the development plan claim a higher percentage of low income units to better accommodate seniors. At no surprise to Jeff Davis, I'm also requesting that a minimum of 20% of these units be constructed to provide ADA accessibility and ADA adaptable design features and amenities that are needed for disabled and senior community members who otherwise would be restricted to living in licensed care facilities that can accommodate their needs, which, by the way, many would not be able to afford, and thus would be left without housing that can meet their needs and be basically homeless. I am also requesting that up to 20% or more of these affordable ADA adaptable and accessible units be exclusively reserved for seniors and disabled Irvine residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Dana? No. Gil Nelson?
This project, particularly lot number 10, is like putting the cart before the horse. And I say that because considering next month, our city council is going to be considering adopting the state's proposed 57,000 additional houses in Irvine, we need to be careful with this project. Who's to say how many children are going to be moving into the Los Olivos area, considering the fact that we're going to have to fill that area a lot more than what is currently planned by the Irvine company, just to meet the demand on the part of the state. And how is our city going to fight the 60,000, approximately 57,000 houses, which is going to generate a population the size of Garden Grove to be added to our city? And Mayor candidate Kim can talk all she wants, but man, to her, open space is wasted space. And I'm getting tired of hearing her talk about how she cooperates with the Irvine company. I'm going to check your 496s and 497s on your campaign literature. Actually, we'll be checking your PACs to see if the Irvine company generates $400,000 to your campaign, like they did against Larry Agrin in the last campaign. This is a terrible project to give away a school site at this time. I would encourage this city council to conduct a survey. Delay this project until after you talk about the 57,000 plans. I realize Mayor candidate Kim wants to turn suburban Irvine into urban. There's a move by her Democratic Socialist Party people and those in our state to turn our cities, our suburban cities, into urban. I don't agree with it. I'm an original homeowner in Woodbridge who actually benefited through the affordable housing first-time buyer programs. And Mr. Davis can talk to our city attorney, and I know of no legal way we can stop investors from going up to people who buy the affordable housing or these houses, even though they're first-time buyers, and saying, I'll give you $10,000. Because that's what tremendously happened in 1977, and it's going to happen in 2024. Gosh, city attorney, I wish you would tell us what can legally be done, because that is a very important issue. We should not have investors buying.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Christina Shea.
Welcome.
Well, good evening. So nice to see.
Former mayor and council member.
Oh, thank you for that acknowledgement. I appreciate it. Vice Mayor Agrin and our city council members, thank you so much. I so appreciate all that you always do. I'm a Los Olivos resident, so I have major concerns about this project. But let me start with just a little background here that I think is important. Our city's historical national recognized master plan cannot be matched anywhere in the United States. Our city planners, working with world-class Irvine company designers in our early history, planned a brilliantly thought-out community village, environmentally sustainable design, unmatched then or now. Our master plan created villages across our growing city, integrating retail, local schools, lakes, greenbelts, parks, and eventually large open space set-asides, which Vice Mayor Agrin was a part of that whole set-aside. We created a small town feel within these villages, which deterred crime, expanded our walkability plan for children, for adults, and our seniors, encouraging walking and cycling to local schools, to our retail centers, to our parks, pools, and our beautiful lakes. This vote tonight in Los Olivos Spectrum will remove a much-needed elementary school, and it is the responsibility of the Irvine Unified School District that I talked to them 5-6 years ago, and they were already determined not to put this elementary school site there. They didn't want to do it because of Portola Hills. Financially, I understand that. But the apartments recently, they were approved, Irvine Company was approved recently, 600 plus 4-story apartments and 70 homes going into our open space in Los Olivos. And now they're putting another 600 apartments going into that community. And to say that we want affordability, I understand that, I support that. But that means you're going to have families and children there. And that means you're going to need to have a school there. And now that the state is suggesting that we're going to have 56,000 units put in our city, I'm not sure what the map shows for Spectrum. Why would we even consider moving forward with this and not retain an elementary school site? It's just craziness, in my opinion. We have to slow this down. I understand there's motions in place to, help the company move forward, but in fact, I think our planning's backwards. We have to make sure we understand what the future units are going to be. We have to look at the busing. Why would we be busing our children at least 20 minutes to Oak Creek and then to Alderwood? Both those schools get these students. And that means more parents are on the freeways. It's exactly against what your climate action plan is asking for. So I just am very concerned about.
Your time is up. Thank you for your testimony.
Jeff Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Agrin, members of the council. Again, Jeff Davis. I do have a presentation. I don't know if that's available.
Is it within 3 minutes?
I hope so.
Okay. I think this is important enough, so if it's close enough to 3 minutes, we'll let you finish it.
Okay, he says he can't find it, so if I could start now. I want to take a few moments to touch on a couple of key points. First of all, I think the planning for the Los Olivos community has in fact been, as a part of the MOU that was mentioned earlier by the staff as well as the council members, is in fact respecting the planning processes that we've together worked on for several years. It exceeds Irvine's affordable housing requirements, and it funds community priorities as determined by the city, which includes things like trails. It could be used for transportation systems. This project alone will contribute $8.4 million in community benefit fees. And that's in addition to another $12 million in community benefit fees coming from the Pacifica Place program that was approved by the council not too long ago. In addition, this program does have an opportunity for walkable communities within this neighborhood, and we are not occupying open space areas. It is areas that have been designed for or planned for development since its inception back in the early 2000s. And we have had opportunities for reaching out to the communities. We have neighborhood support for this program. The community does include a child care center as part of our program. So there's a child care center that's right across from the community park. So the needs for the working families in these areas will be available as people do live closer to jobs and do reduce vehicle miles traveled. We talked about the addition of the for sale program, which we think is very important, and it balances that overall community. And I wanted to point out for Ms. Sayer, the apartment community is 100% ADA compliant, 100% available for. I've had an opportunity to give her a tour of one of our sites, so she'll recall that in the apartment programs with the elevators, with the widened bathrooms, with the low switch plates, our entire program, that whole 585 units, will be ADA accessible. With those affordable units, it will also allow for opportunities for seniors as well as young families from an affordability standpoint. There's probably a couple other things I wanted to cover in the presentation, but I've forgotten what they were. So we're here to answer any more questions that the council might have.
Thank you. Stand by. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Now we'll turn to the Zoom speakers. Our first speaker is Jing Li, followed by Greg Costigan. Jing Li, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening. My name is Jing Li, and I am a homeowner in the Woodbridge neighborhood. I have only been an Irvine resident since 2017. I have lived in different neighborhoods in West Park and Cypress Village before I moved to my current residence in Woodbridge, and I am loving this journey. Through the community events hosted by the Irvine Company, I had the opportunity to learn about the city development plans for coming years, including residential development near the Spectrum area. As a relatively newer comer to Irvine, I am always interested in learning more on the topic of affordable housing for young professionals. With the worst affordability in housing nationwide due to high inflation and high interest rate, such topic becomes more important than ever within our communities. It is also important for us to be reminded that it was once the younger professionals who made Irvine the Irvine today. And most of us are pleased to see Irvine continues to attract newer generations of young professionals. Recently, the city has added Irvine Connect shuttle, and as the city continues to provide the needed infrastructure along with these new residential developments, such as this one near the Spectrum area, I am optimistic that the city of Irvine will continue to nurture happy, healthy, and responsible community members, as it has always been doing so since the very beginning. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity for me to voice. Also, thank you for all you do for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next speaker is Greg Costigan, followed by telephone number 347. Greg, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, Council, and thanks for having me here today. I'm a transplant from the Bay Area, and myself and my family specifically moved to Irvine for its progressive, forward-looking approach on housing. In particular, in my humble opinion, what I think is a balanced approach to housing development, to thinking about affordable and housing for all. We're thinking about housing the missing middle. We are residents in Woodbury, and a lot of our teachers don't live in community, frankly, don't even live in city. I think that that's slightly myopic of a strategy to develop the next generation of a city, which has been touched on here. And I think that this is a relatively balanced discussion. I realize that it's not an easy decision in a lot of regards, and there's a lot of factors around schools and transportation. But I tend to agree with Councilmember Kim, and I would like to say that I'm a center-right Republican, and I agree with Councilmember Kim that we can't lose sight of the forest through the trees here. We have a major macro issue, state, county, and citywide around housing. We have to be thoughtful about it. We have to make the right decisions. But I would encourage the council to approve projects like this, specifically for the high level of affordability, for the amount that it's going to contribute to city coffers, and for the fact that if we keep punting the can down the road, we're never going to solve this problem. I do realize there's future discussions around state mandates, et cetera, but I think we have an opportunity right here, right now, to make a decision that's going to positively impact the city. I'm a resident of Woodbury. I welcome all Great Park residents to come to our Trader Joe's and Ralph's at any time they want. And I would hope that the council would have the foresight to approve this important development here today. That's all I have.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347, followed by Harvey Liss. 347, you may unmute your mic. (347), are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here. Yeah, this is Dee Fox. Okay, a couple things. First of all, everything Mike Carroll said, I wholeheartedly agree with. This is like, again, Irvine putting the cart before the horse. I mean, it's crazy. You know, the Irvine company, first of all, Mr. Davis, with so much respect, okay, but you don't know these people that are going to move into these homes, if they're going to be young adults, young working adults. They're going to want families. They're going to have families. You can't predict how many kids they're going to have and if the schools are going to be there for their kids. I mean, I can tell you right now, in Irvine, there are so many requests out there on Nextdoor, everywhere. You hear people, I see postings for it in the grocery store, parents that need somebody to be able to take their kids to and from school because they're working parents. There are so many that need people to do that. I happen to do it for a family. I've done it for, I don't know, 20 years, I think it feels like. But, you know, I get to know the family, too. And right now I do 2 kids, and I take them to 2 different schools in Irvine. And, I mean, the need is there. I mean, for kids. And I know that, like the one girl, she said, oh, her class is so overfilled. I mean, the classes are to the maximum right now. I'd like to know how the school district thinks that they can just, you know, shove them off to, you know, incorporate them in other schools. I'd like to see some documented proof, some numbers from these schools that say how many students they have enrolled, you know, and what's the prediction for going forward. You know, everything they talk about, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Well, do it now, get it done, you know, get the infrastructure there, get the retail stores there, get the buses up and working, and then build it. But you can't do this without all that, because you know the rest of it will never come. Just like Mike Carroll said, the Great Park and them not having any retail stores. It'll never come. So, you know, and, you know, Tammy Kim, you say this isn't about you, but yes, it is, because how many times have you said you want a place for your son to be able to live in when he comes back to Irvine from, I don't know, wherever he is? You stated that you think parking lots are wasted space. You already think we have too much open space, and I know that really bothers you. You want Irvine to become like like your hometown in Korea, and that's just crazy. And Kathleen Traceder, what about, you know, climate change and all that? Do you know how many cars this is going to put back on our roads? Do you know what this is going to do to our, quote, climate crisis that we have? And here you want to approve all this development? Are you crazy? You are a hypocrite. That's all I can say. You're a hypocrite. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments.
Our next speaker is Harvey Liss, followed by Eric Nishanian. Harvey, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Harvey Liss, a former Irvine Planning Commissioner, licensed professional civil engineer, and resident of Woodbridge since 1976. Apparently, this item involves abandoning a school site in favor of housing, although you wouldn't know that from the agenda listing or the hundreds of pages I happen to flip through. I am opposed to ever giving up a school site because such a site will never be recoverable. A former school site that we'd pass on our walking path most evenings was abandoned many years ago in favor of housing. The reason given at the time, I remember, was that the surrounding area was dominated by the elderly who didn't need schools. Well, 20 years later, all those surrounding houses, wouldn't you guess, are now inhabited by young families who no longer have the opportunity to have a school nearby. Imagine the lost thousands, tens of thousands of person hours lost, wasted, and the pollution generated when students and the families have to drive or even bus to a school that's no longer nearby. School sites are or should be by far the most valuable properties to preserve. They should never be given up because of current conditions. There can't be anything more short-sighted. And this cannot be the last project in Irvine to provide affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian, followed by Ian Kratian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Good evening, council members. Eric Nishanian. I don't think creating school deserts and retail deserts is consistent with the master plan. And I don't think that you can solve affordable housing by negotiating with the largest landowner in the city. Housing is a free market issue. And trying to control it like this, all of a sudden you're actually creating extra costs for the people that you're trying to create affordable housing for, like transportation, childcare, finding retail stores to shop at. So I agree with Gil Nesson, my Woodbridge neighbor, and Harvey Liss, my Woodbridge neighbor, and former Mayor Christine Shea, and I even agree with Mike Carroll and oppose this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Our next speaker is Ian Creation, followed by Tiffany. Ian, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and staff. As an Irvine, a Quail Hill resident, I just wanted to say I appreciate the city's important action to provide affordable housing that is very much needed. At the same time, Irvine families deserve safe routes to school. It is of the utmost importance and really the first thing the city should be doing in terms of transit in concert with the school district. Again, as a Quail Hill resident and anyone who has ever taken Lake Forest Parkway to the 133 knows that merging across 4 lanes of traffic to get to Quail Hill Parkway and the Alderwood school site, even in a car, is a reliably harrowing experience. It is a 2.8-mile drive from Los Olivos to Alderwood. Currently, 27% of Alderwood students live outside the 1.5-mile school transit boundary area. It is a 6.6-mile drive to University High School from the Los Olivos site. And of course, Irvine's cost of living means that both parents usually need to work, and without transit, it's just very problematic. But by providing school transit and funding that now, the city can provide economic opportunities for families and the single parents who will otherwise struggle to transport children to school. So I recommend that the funding be set aside now, and those discussions begin now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Our next speaker is Doug Elliott. Mr. Elliott, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Thank you. I hadn't planned to speak on this issue, but I do have to concur with the comments of Ian Creation just a moment ago. But I mainly wanted to just say that I don't think derogatory comments about council members' national origin should have any place in these proceedings, ever. And I hope that commenter will refrain from making such comments in the future, although I'm unfortunately not confident of that. But I would hope so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for your comments.
Our next speaker is Tiffany. Tiffany, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to unmute earlier, mom duties. I wanted to call and just comment on this. I recognize that we also do need more housing, especially both low income, moderate, just affordable in general. And the importance of a school nearby is something I personally value. And some of my neighbors, we were talking about these changes in the city. But if that's not an option and we want to provide housing that's accessible for young families and for those with more income restrictions, I think funding transportation for the schools is essential, to reiterate what some of the other callers said. And in fact, I think taking transportation to school is great for the development of our young people and fosters independence. But I also wanted to reiterate what Mr. Elliott said about the racial comments. I don't think that's appropriate. I hear some callers keep bringing up Councilmember Kim's race. I don't think there's a place for that here. We're all here to serve the city and a part of our community. And I don't know, I just would like to encourage our neighbors to maybe be more thoughtful about comments like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your public comments. Next.
And that is all, Vice Mayor.
That's all. So with that, I think a motion to close the public hearing is in order.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Carroll.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Treceder. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
Good. With that, this is an opportunity for further discussion. Seeing none, I think a motion is in order.
So I will move the recommended item. Do I need
Second.
to read it?
I think
Vice.
if we're going to do this,
Do I have to?
I think you would move item 2, the resolution, but then if you would read items 3 and 4, which are first readings of ordinances. Am I correct?
Yes, that should be handled by 3 separate motions.
Okay,
3 separate
so
motions. Very
I
well.
will move
Why don't you just move item
2.
2,
Yes.
the resolution.
Yes, so I will,
Second.
yeah.
Seconded by Councilmember Treceder. Is there any discussion? Let me just say something at this time then. My own feeling is that on balance, this project makes sense. We are living through a very, very traumatic housing crisis. And yes, the larger question of 57,000 units imposed upon the city of Irvine is something we really need to talk about and talk about at length. I don't want to confuse that discussion, though, with this project. And this project, I think, makes sense. There are methodologies on school generation that we rely upon, and yet the absence of a neighborhood school does, I think, impose upon us an immediate obligation to beef up our school busing program, not just in this instance, but really throughout the city, piece by piece. I don't want to hold up this project, but I do want to express the belief that the company is really going to be a partner in solving this school transportation problem. And in so doing, I think they will be able to help us make a real contribution in terms of climate action, but also in terms of fulfilling the vision of a planned, master planned community that really does work. With that, I'm ready to vote. I don't know if others have comments on this resolution. There being none, let's have the clerk call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
No.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 3-1 with Councilmember Carroll voting no.
Okay, and then I would like to move and introduce for first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 009000833 PZC to amend section 3-37-15 and chapter 9-39 of the Irvine zoning ordinance to allow the addition of 670 units to the dwelling unit cap, to change the zoning designation of Lot 10 and Lot 13 from 2.4 medium high density residential to 2.4 high medium high density residential, and to amend development standards for the 2.4 medium high density residential zoning district relative to residential development within planning area 39 Los Olivos, filed by the Irvine Company.
Second.
Excellent. The motion offered by Councilmember Kim, seconded by Councilmember Treceder, is now properly before us. I see no requests for comment, discussion, debate on the motion. There being none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember
No.
Carroll. Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 3-1 with Councilmember Carroll voting no.
And then lastly, introduce for first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving Development Agreement 009198822-PDA to establish public benefits and affordable housing requirements associated with the Lot 10 residential development located at the southeast corner of Dana and Encano? In Planning Area 39, Los Olivos, filed by Irvine Company.
Second.
The motion has been offered by Councilmember Kim, seconded by Councilmember Treceder. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
No.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 3-1 with Councilmember Carroll voting no.
I think that concludes this item and allows us to move on to item 5.5. We will now consider a public hearing item 5.5, and I'll declare the public hearing open. At this time, would the clerk please read the title of the item?
A resolution finding and determining the public interest and necessity for the Jamboree Michelson Pedestrian Bridge Project.
All right. The obligatory instruction to our friends at home, those participating via Zoom who wish to speak on this item, may now raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue. And with that, will the appropriate staff please introduce themselves and proceed with the staff report?
Good evening, Vice Mayor Agron and City Council. My name is Sean Crumby. I'm the Director of Public Works and Sustainability for the city. Item 5.5 before you tonight seeks to conduct a public hearing and recommends adoption of the attached resolution determining public necessity for acquiring property at the northeast corner of Jamboree and Michelson. We have a few slides to discuss the situation and why the property is needed. So in short, the property is needed to construct a pedestrian bridge crossing Jamboree at Michelson Drive. This slide shows a graphical representation of that bridge. The project has been in progress since 2016 and is ready to start bidding for construction now. I have to say a thank you and good job to Darrell Hartman and the team over at Public Works for the great work that they've been working on this project. So this slide shows location of the bridge, an aerial location of the bridge, which can be seen crossing Jamboree, which will make it easier, particularly for those people who want to, on foot, access Park Place. Daytime rendering of the site. This is the same picture that was shown in the other slide, and really shows an attractive bridge that we have coming for the city. Nighttime rendering. One great feature of this bridge is that it's going to have LED lights that will really make the bridge an attraction at night and can change color. A few details about the bridge. It'll be 175 feet long and have clearance for large vehicles at 17.5 feet. The construction duration for this project is anticipated to take 2 years. This slide shows the property that is needed to build the project. The areas in blue are temporary construction easements that will be used only during the construction. The areas in green are the properties that need to be acquired. The areas basically are needed to be the landings for each side of the bridge. Everything on the eastern side of this slide is complete, and the city has everything it needs for that. Tonight's action seeks to move forward the acquisition of the property on the western side of the bridge. The city began negotiations on the property needed to build the bridge in 2021. There's been an agreement in terms of terms for the acquisition for over a year. The necessity documents have been prepared, and the city has been waiting for signatures since September of 2023. At this point, although there's a verbal agreement, there's no indication that the property owner will follow through and execute the agreement. As such, the project has turned to condemning the property needed for the project. A few more details. In order to obtain the property, City Council must approve a resolution that determines that the 4 items on this slide are met. The public interest requires is required for the project, that the project is planned in a manner to create the greatest public good, that the property is necessary for the project, and finally, that an offer has been made to the owner of record. The Planning Commission found that the current project is consistent with the general plan on May 3rd of 2007, and if approved tonight, staff will proceed to initiate eminent domain proceedings. The schedule for the project going forward is shown on this slide. If approved tonight, the eminent domain action will be filed. The project will progress through all of the dates on this slide, but ultimately hope to have bidding start late this year with construction set to start in the spring of 2025. That concludes the brief staff presentation. I'm available to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. I'll ask my colleagues now if they wish to offer any comment at this time. Seeing none, I'll just make a comment or two, and I think we'll be able to move along on this. This project has been way, way, way too long in coming. I think it's a 20-year-old project, is it not?
I think that there, I mentioned that the time we spent in design, but I think there was a very significant planning period that led up to it that could very well have been 20 years. And so really, we're just excited to finally get to the point where we can bid and start building.
Yes, I would imagine. This is really an important project. This is the first of what I trust will be 2, 3, possibly even 4 bridges over Jamboree to make that road so much more functional. I do have a question about pedestrians. Pedestrians now will be forced to use the bridge. Is that correct? We're not going to have one of these situations where pedestrians can walk across at street level, holding up all kinds of traffic, or on the bridge.
It's correct. The goal of the project is to remove the pedestrian traffic from crossing Jamboree, and as such, we would do exactly that.
Which would allow the traffic to flow better on Jamboree, which handles an enormous amount of traffic. Everybody knows this is a very famous road, right? From the Boy Scout Jamboree of 1953, addressed by Dwight Eisenhower and all the rest. So this road, this bridge, followed by other bridges, the bridges of Jamboree, it can transform not just the functioning, but the desirability of that entire area. And after all, there are, what is it now, 30,000 people or more who actually live in close proximity to Jamboree in the IBC, with no doubt many more to come. So this project, now this is intended to condemn the property, exercise eminent domain, which we hope will prompt the sale of the property to the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you anticipate that may happen soon?
So as was shown in the presentation, there's been a lengthy and extensive process with the property owner. And I think the hope is that by initiating the condemnation proceedings or the eminent domain proceedings, we have a set path forward should we not be able to have the existing documents executed.
Do you wish we had done this a year or two ago?
I think that we'd gone down the path of negotiations with good faith, and I think that we had to really get through that and get to the point where we were ready to do this, and I think we're there now.
Okay. Anybody else? With no further discussion at this point, we want to turn to public testimony. Mr. City Clerk, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have one request to speak via Zoom.
Very well. Call that person, please.
Our speaker is Jeremy. Jeremy, you may unmute your mic.
Yeah, hi there, Jeremy Ficarola, Irvine resident. Just make it really brief. I definitely, obviously support this project. Yeah, I mean, I wish the bridge was, or the eminent domain process was started a little bit earlier, but you know, Irvine would definitely be better served with more bridges. Another bridge that I'm excited about is the Jeffrey Open Space Trail extension over the 5 freeway, which is an incredibly exciting project. It's I think it's more than 1,000 feet long, to put that in perspective. And I think this bridge in the report mentions like 100 and almost 200 feet. So that gives a scale of just how huge the Jeffrey Open Space Bridge is. But yes, I definitely support more projects like these, along Jamboree, particularly in between possibly Tustin Marketplace and Irvine Marketplace. I don't know how this process works, or if the city of Tustin can split costs in some ways of doing that. But yeah, I just overall, it would be exciting to see this bridge built. I think it'll get a lot of great use from Irvine residents. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ficarola.
And we have one more speaker, telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Yes, this is Dee Fox. I just want to say to Mr. Campbell, I don't think Tammy Kim is ashamed of her birthplace as to what you were insinuating. I was just simply making a comparison. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Fox.
And that is all, Vice Mayor.
All right, having concluded the public testimony, at this time a motion to close the public hearing would be in order.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Carroll. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Treceder. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agrin.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
All right, with that, would somebody wish to offer a motion on this item? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me turn to Councilmember Treceder.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to amplify what some of the speakers mentioned, that race really shouldn't be brought into an issue like this, especially the race of a council member. And I believe that perhaps the commenter was incorrect when she said that Councilmember Kim's hometown was in Korea. It was not. It was in the United States. And so I just want to mention that I would hope that in the future that we can maybe stop referring to Councilmember Kim's country of origin in places where it is not relevant. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
Councilmember Kim moves the item, seconded by Councilmember Treceder. Let me just double check here. This is a resolution, so at this point we can simply have the clerk call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agrin.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
Sean, since you're in charge of project delivery, we expect you to deliver this ASAP.
Will do. We're excited too.
Okay, thank you. All right, we move now to item 6.1, which is, I'll just read this. This is a certification of results of the special municipal election held on March 5th, 2024. Do we have a staff report? Yes, the city clerk.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Vice Mayor Agrin, members of the City Council. My name is Carl Peterson. I'm the City Clerk. And before you this evening is a request to certify the results of the special municipal election held on March 5th of 2024. So to provide a little bit of history, back on February 28th of 2023, the City Council directed staff to initiate the process to place a measure, as we know as Measure D, on the March 5th, 2024 ballot to expand the City Council from 5 to 7 members and transition to by-district elections. And on October 10th of 2023, the City Council approved Resolution number 23-88, which adopted the district's map, otherwise known as Map 151, and also adopted the administrative resolutions calling for the holding and consolidation of a special municipal election on March 5th of 2024 with the statewide primary election. Before you is just it's a copy of the adopted map, again, otherwise known as Map 151. Also before you is a question that was placed in front of the voters along with the adopted map. 59.8% voted in favor of the transition, while 40.2% voted in opposition. As far as voting options, all registered voters, as in the past several elections, did receive a vote-by-mail ballot. Ballot drop-off locations included, we had 3 11-day vote centers in the city of Irvine, and we had 12 4-day vote centers as well. And voters were able to drop off their ballots at any one of those vote centers in Irvine or actually in Orange County. The Civic Center and Northwood Community Center offer drive-through ballot drop-off options as well. This city also has 10 secure ballot drop-off box locations here in the city, and again, they're throughout Orange County. Any voter could drop off their ballot in any one of those drop boxes. And of course, voters could drop off their ballots in any U.S. mailbox with postage prepaid. We also developed a strategic voter outreach plan, which was developed in collaboration with the Department of Communications and Engagement. Outreach efforts included the city's website, print media, press releases, digital and social media. We had citywide banners at select intersections, and we also have a dedicated election hotline in the city clerk's office for anyone that has specific election questions. Voter turnout was 35.9%, which is pretty consistent with county and statewide results. Of those, 85.8% voted by mail, while 14.2% voted in person. As far as election certification, the California Elections Code does require certification by the City Council no later than its next regularly scheduled meeting following the Registrar of Voters' official canvass of the returns. Certified statement of votes cast, the canvass certificate, and the abstract of votes is provided as an exhibit to the proposed resolution in the staff report. The charter amendment or the ordinance becomes effective once accepted and filed by the California Secretary of State. And the first by-district municipal election will take place on November 5th of this year. As far as election budget, the city clerk budget did include $500,000, which included election administration, voter outreach, and translation services. The recommended actions are before you: to receive and file the certification of results and to adopt the resolution doing the same. That's my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Peterson? There being none, I'll, at this time, move staff recommendations 1 and 2, receive and file.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were there?
No, just wanted to add that there are no requests for public comment.
Well, thank you. I forgot to inquire. Appreciate that. There being no public comments at this time, I'll simply move item 6.1, receive and file, and the appropriate resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Carroll. Any discussion? There being none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Councilmember Kim?
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agrin?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0, the members present.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for conducting a flawless election. With that, we'll turn to item 6.2. This is the final item on our agenda. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject?
Annual report on the police use of military equipment, Assembly Bill 481.
This is a receive and file item. We thank you, gentlemen, for staying up with us. And please introduce yourselves and offer the report.
Will do. Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mark Anderson. I'm a commander with the Irvine Police Department. I'm here today with Sergeant Scott Grange to provide you with the Irvine Police Department's annual military equipment use report for calendar year 2023, as required by AB 481. Prior to discussing the annual report, I will provide a brief overview of AB 481. As you may recall, in September of 2021, AB 481 was signed into law by California Governor Newsom, which mandated that law enforcement agencies establish a military equipment use policy. The primary objective of this legislation was to ensure transparency, accountability, and responsible use of military-grade equipment utilized by law enforcement agencies across our state. The passage of AB 481 underscored the significance of maintaining public trust and ensuring the responsible deployment of military equipment in our community. The Irvine Police Department embraced this legislation as an opportunity to strengthen our commitment to serving and protecting our residents. In response to AB 481, the Irvine Police Department developed a comprehensive military equipment use policy. In April of 2022, Chief Kent presented this policy to the Mayor and City Council, and it was unanimously approved. This policy outlines clear guidelines for the acquisition, deployment, and usage of military equipment by our officers. AB 481 also requires an annual report on the use of any military equipment utilized during the year. In July of 2023, the Irvine Police Department presented to the Mayor and City Council the first annual military equipment use report covering calendar year 2022. I am here today, as I mentioned, to provide you with our second annual report on the use of military equipment by the Irvine Police Department for calendar year 2023. I am pleased to report that we have adhered to the guidelines set forth by the bill and our department's policy. Over the past year, we have used some of the defined military equipment on a few occasions where it was deemed necessary. Each use of the equipment was evaluated to ensure it was appropriate for the situation at hand. Each deployment was documented and reviewed, allowing us to report and assess the effectiveness and value of the equipment in various situations. I would like to emphasize that the use of military equipment by our department is strictly regulated and reserved for situations that pose a significant risk to public safety. We continually evaluate the circumstances surrounding each deployment and actively seek alternative means to resolve incidents without the need for such equipment whenever possible. I would like to provide you with a brief summary of when the Irvine Police Department used the military equipment during the 2023 calendar year. Noise flash diversionary devices were used on 2 occasions. The first was February 18th, 2023. Tustin Police Department requested Irvine Police Department assistance with a high-risk search warrant. The suspect had multiple firearms registered to him, and he was involved in a violent felony crime. During the operation, the suspect came outside, and a noise flash diversionary device was utilized to assist in taking him into custody without incident. On July 6, 2023, our Special Investigations Unit was conducting surveillance on an armed suspect who had a warrant for firearm violations and had made threats to shoot law enforcement. When the suspect exited his room, he was taken into custody without incident. A noise flash diversionary device had been prepped and the pin was removed, however, it was not needed. The noise flash diversionary device pin could not be reinserted, so it was safely deployed in an area in the parking lot away from the arrestee. Gas munitions, pepper ball gun, and 40 millimeter less lethal were used on 2 occasions. On April 10th, 2023, patrol officers were involved in a vehicle pursuit. At the termination of the pursuit, the driver refused to exit the vehicle and would not comply with lawful commands. The pepper ball projectile system was utilized by shooting the projectiles inside his vehicle to help control the suspect and ultimately take him into custody. On December 4th, 2023, patrol officers responded to a residence on Descanso for a subject who was breaking into a residence with a machete. Officers later located the suspect inside the vehicle, and he refused to exit the vehicle. The 40 millimeter less lethal sponge round was used to breach the vehicle's windows. Additionally, gas munitions from the 40 millimeter launcher and the pepper ball gun were utilized to force the subject out of the vehicle and take him into custody. One other incident involving the 40 millimeter less lethal launcher occurred on March 26, 2023. Patrol officers responded to a call of an uncooperative subject throwing rocks and concrete outside of a restaurant in a busy Irvine shopping center. The 40 millimeter less lethal launcher was deployed, and 1 sponge round was utilized to subdue the subject. The subject was then complied, and officers took him into custody. Our armored rescue vehicles were deployed on 4 occasions, which include SWAT callouts, high-risk warrant services, and assisting neighbor agencies for SWAT-related service. On March 6, 2023, patrol officers responded to the area of Wycliffe with multiple reporting parties advising they heard multiple gunshots coming from an apartment. The resident had firearms registered to him, and he refused to speak to officers. SWAT deployed, and the subject eventually surrendered and was taken into custody. On July 18, 2023, UC Irvine Police Department requested IPD assistance in providing security for the removal of a radiological device from the campus. The Bearcat was utilized to follow the device as it was transported through the campus. On August 4th, 2023, the Bear and Bearcat were utilized during a high-risk search warrant on Kensington Park for 2 homicide suspects. The armored vehicles were used to transport officers to the location. On August 28th, 2023, IPD responded to assist Tustin PD on Pasadena and Mitchell Avenue for a homicide investigation. The armored vehicles were utilized to transport officers. Also, a drone was utilized to search the interior of the apartment prior to officers making entry. Our mobile command vehicle was deployed on 14 occasions for a variety of assignments to include SWAT callouts, department training, testing scenarios, prolonged investigations, and community events such as Tip a Cop, National Night Out, and the IPD Open House. In 2023, the IPD drone team carried out over 2,000 flights, amounting to more than 500 hours of airtime. The drone team vehicle was deployed on over 80 occasions to support extended operations beyond patrol-based assignments, and the team has a total of 15 pilots. It should be noted that the department did not receive any complaints concerning military equipment during this reporting period, and an internal review revealed no violations of department policy. The total annual cost and inventory of our military equipment items can be found in our annual report, which was submitted as an attachment to the staff report and will also be available online on our website. At the heart of the military equipment use policy is our department's commitment to training. We believe that through ongoing training is essential to ensuring the responsible and effective use of all department equipment by our officers, including military equipment. Our training programs encompass a wide range of topics, including scenario-based exercises, active shooter training, arrest and control training, as well as situational awareness and de-escalation techniques, just to name a few. I'm requesting on behalf of the Irvine Police Department that the City Council receive and file the annual military equipment use report for 2023. City Council may choose to not receive and file the annual report. However, this is a legislative mandate pursuant to AB 481. And in conclusion, I would like to express our department's commitment to upholding the standards set by Assembly Bill 481 and maintaining the trust of our community. We recognize the importance of transparency and accountability in our operations and will continue to provide the mayor and city council and our community with annual updates on our use of military equipment. We believe that by adhering to the guidelines outlined in our military equipment use policy, emphasizing training and de-escalation techniques, and actively evaluating the need for equipment deployment, we are fostering a safer, more secure environment for the residents of Irvine. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Well, thank you for that outstanding report. Much appreciated. I think before we take official action, we should inquire first of discussion. Well, let me see. Are there any requests for citizens to be heard?
We have one request via Zoom.
One. So why don't we take that now, then we can just move right on to, although it's receive and file, I think a motion would be in order, would it not?
Either way is fine.
All right. With that, why don't we hear from the public first?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have one request from telephone number 430. 430, you may unmute your mic. Can you hear us? There is no response, Vice Mayor.
Very well. I do want to say something, so I'll just move that we receive and file this. Is there a second?
Yeah, I have my light on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
I have to get used to this.
No.
Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Just a question for you, because it went by very fast. Did you say something about a radiological device at the UCI campus?
Yes, I did.
Can you provide more detail on
Absolutely.
what
So
you're talking
UCI
about?
does a lot of testing of radiological equipment. They have, and maybe Scott knows a little bit more about it, but they have certain devices that they do testing on. The device in particular had to be removed from the university, and we just provided an escort from the university to the freeway, and it went out of town. So I think Scott was actually on that mission.
Yeah, I apologize. So there's a small radiological device that's located within some of these testing machines, and the radiological device was removed from within. The UC campuses were working on trying to remove some of them throughout the UC system. So we just helped to facilitate that.
Okay.
We just provide security and overwatch just in the event it's required.
But do we get any information other than the fact that it's a radiological device in terms of like what it is or what the potentiality is for
Yes, sir.
its harm?
We can get all that from UCI.
Can I get that?
Absolutely.
Be good to know, thanks. Okay, great. And then do we have to make a motion on this?
You're fine either way. It's a receive and file. If you want to vote to receive and file, you can do that. If you want to, and you actually have a motion and a second before you to that end.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have some more questions. So the public safety said that this is mandated by some state law. So Jeff Melching, so what's the recourse if we don't receive and file this?
You will be in violation of state law, although you'd be hard pressed at this point to not receive and file it because it's been presented. So.
Yeah, no, my question was, I understand. I mean, I'm not particularly concerned about that piece, but what you said, but I'm wondering about the recourse is.
Yeah, you know what, I don't have the 481 in front of me, but I'll get back to you separately on that to explain what the remedies are for failing to comply.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to thank Public Safety, and I apologize that you have to go through this. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Let me just comment, if I might. I think this required presentation report on an annual basis comes from the state, and some concern about the militarization of policing across the state. In a way, that never, in my view, was necessary for the city of Irvine. I think from the beginning, our police department has been very, very measured in the use of equipment, in trying to avoid seeing our police work here as fundamentally military-style work. Our police department has deployed these techniques of de-escalation, restraint, smarter policing, community policing, pretty much from the start, and the results, of course, have been outstanding here. And I wanted to use this opportunity. Some of the equipment you have, it's a little frightening, but of course we live in a pretty violent society. Maybe not here in Irvine. We've been quite fortunate so far, but generally speaking, pretty violent society. So you can see police departments across the country moving toward more lethal equipment or military style equipment. And I think we've been, again, very measured here in Irvine. I find this report, I'm not sorry you have to make it. I'm glad you make it because it helps reassure me that our police department deploys the right techniques, and our officers are trained to the highest standards, and we want to encourage you to keep doing that. With that, there's a motion before us to receive and file. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members present.
Thank you, gentlemen. With that, having completed the agenda, a motion to adjourn is in order.
I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Kim, second by Councilmember Treceder to adjourn. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 4-0 of the members
Meeting
present.
adjourned.